You stole my heart of gold after my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden road, but I'm a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. It's so strong, so strong now. It's so strong, so strong now. It's so strong. You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. You stole my heart of gold after my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden road, but I'm a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
All right. I hear if you build it, they will come. So I tried to share the link out to a couple of places and then here. Um, I try to move quickly so that way, folks that are excited, they can, come in, but like not too far out. So, but I did need to run and take care of some things really fast. So, appreciate your patience while I work on this real quick here. So let me fix my scene. What? Where's my scene? I got so many scenes. I got all the scenes. Ha ha! All right, Entourage. I'm gonna start adding some Entourage members to here. One by one, I'm gonna give you a introduction, Spackle style. Boom! First person in my Entourage is Shadow Heathen. Welcome, Shadow Heathen.
Oh man, I'm the consolation prize from the sound of your tone there.
No, I didn't go Shadow Heathen. I said Shadow Heathen. Like,
Oh no,
like
if you said it that other ways, you might have got my attention. Teasing.
Shadow Heathen hosted just a background of Shadow Heathen. Shadow Heathen hosted a show that everybody loved late night when you didn't know what to do, and it was like midnight or so, and you're just like, I can't sleep. I'm up a bit late. I want to talk with friends. I want to talk about things. I don't want to fight. I just want to like chat. Shadow Heathen had this great show, and it was called.
I'm half tempted to bring back the good old Insomnia Shuffle. I've been thinking about it for a few weeks now. The actual origin of it was a bunch of people in the actual Great Debate community before some idiot tried to co-opt the term. People would be sitting there saying, the only thing you ever talk about is religion. You atheists always talk about this. I'm like, what else do we have in common? So I started something that basically religion was more or less the topic off, was one topic we didn't talk about to see what the fuck else we had in common. And I found the one thing that you can get atheists to argue about the easiest, Mac versus PC.
That's his fighting right there.
Yep.
Oh, it's brilliant. Shadow, I'm really glad to see you. Very familiar face in weird times and how things changed. And so glad that you're here. I'm gonna pop in.
When Dipshit first came on the scene, I was sitting there trying to kind of caution people quietly behind the scenes. I should have just put him on blast from day fucking one, honestly, in hindsight. But that's 2020.
Everything's 2020, right?
Yeah.
Like I have regrets. Yeah. All right, next in the Entourage is Sinister Porpoise. With a sinister purpose. Just kidding.
At least you know it's intentional.
I almost accidentally doxed myself by putting my real name and changed it, but first of all, Cheshire, I would like to show you something about bottles that don't have corks, which I suggest you buy. See how easy that was?
Save that cork. She might need it for later.
I'm just concerned that we've driven you to drink after that last stream.
Oh, no. It's a Steve McRae stream, so you need something for when he says narrative.
Oh,
yeah.
Totally makes sense. Yeah, okay. All right, next on the Entourage is Van the Man.
Oh, Van. Hey, how's it going? It's been ages.
It has been a bit.
Holy crap, man.
We're living closer together now, too.
Oh, wild. Yeah.
I live in Denton County now.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Van's doxing himself.
Yeah, I'm out in the Mesquite area these days. Oh, no, doxing.
Oh, no. So Van, gosh, how do I describe Van?
He's the man.
Van's the man. But what I remember, my first impressions of Van is that he did not let science-denying bullshit stand.
I actually, if people would ask me, what do you do? I'm like, well, I deal with woo, and I deal with assholes. I don't let either of them stand. Which, you know, Tommy Hall was a frequent target on both barrels.
Oh my gosh, Tommy. Yeesh.
Van the man, not Dan the man.
Van.
Now there's a name I'm glad to have not heard in a long time. Getting out of this drama was a wonderful thing. At least it seems this son of a bitch doesn't mention my name anymore. I'm kind of glad about that.
I apparently never really got on his radar. We were in a couple of hangouts when he found out that me and my wife were swingers at one point.
Oh, God.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Wait. Steve found out that you were swingers.
Yes.
Oh dear.
It got very weird very quick. No.
I don't know. All the weird things out of that kid, and the one that always comes to mind most is the one time he tried bragging about being with Lyrical Orion, and we all just kind of owned him on it. And I look back at it going, okay, those might have been cruel to Orion, but you know.
It might have been cruel to Orion, but that Lyrical Orion story about the condoms is so funny.
Mm-hmm.
That actually, Lyrical Orion came up in that conversation.
Yeah.
All right. Added to the entourage is, of course, the lovely Exiled.
Hello, darling. Ah, Exiled.
And she's.
I have to pull my microphone. I didn't know you were going to pull me in. I thought there wouldn't be enough room.
Oh,
All right.
come on, Exile. We're always going to try to pull you in.
How many?
Now get Brian by the mic so I can hit on him.
How many people can fit in here?
Oh, up to 10. So I'm just kind of going through and introducing people at the same time. I met Exiled, and I was scared of Exiled when I first met Exiled.
As you should be.
She didn't trust me.
So I was told by people not to trust you, and you were dangerous somehow. And I didn't know why, but they were like it was really vague terms of like, she's just really psycho. And then I was like, okay, she's just really psycho. And just repeating the mantra, I guess. And then like they said all sorts of things about like, you know, what you've done for a living in the past, who you are, and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to be a judgy Christian and just assume you're really psycho and those things.
And this is why atheists are better, because I was told she was a horrible person, and so I shimmied right over and said, "Hey, baby, how you doing?"
It's so like I had to say, like, in the beginning, I just kind of was like, okay, Exiled's over here, and like I'm over here, and we had mutual friends and whatever. And it took me, and this is kind of weird, but like Steve attacking Fiona and Exiled coming in, it took me that to really get to know Exiled, and she's one of my favoriteest people ever. Like,
oh, she's great. Yeah.
I am so sorry I was so slow to the draw there, but you have to understand the well was really poisoned, like really poisoned before.
I don't know why. I'm a good person. I never did nothing wrong.
But you are part of the dark web, of course. You know.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I do have things to say about that. However, Fiona's.
Dark web. Yep. Yeah, we'll get back to the dark web. We'll put it. I definitely want to get back to that because I think you had something to explain about that. Fiona, how are you today? We just saw you 5
I'm
minutes ago.
starstruck. I'm just sitting starstruck here.
Because
And Shadow.
Yes.
Guys,
All
long
the late
time
night
no
folks.
see.
It has been a few years.
It has. Where have you been?
I'm around. Y'all the ones who vanished.
I will have you know I did not vanish.
I have no idea who either of you are.
I jumped into a hole and pulled the ground over myself and was very happy that this is not vanishing. This is hiding from reality.
I got a bit of a giggle earlier when I heard Cheshire on the stream earlier saying, these guys just hang out in this Discord all day long. I'm like, bullshit! I'm wanting to hang out. They're not there.
Yeah, I actually spent about 3 years straight just running role-playing games, and then I couldn't anymore. So I'm more or less back hanging out these days because I don't have what I used to.
None of us do. We're all getting old.
Ow.
Yeah. Some of us have the additional excuse of, medical issues, but some of us are just getting old.
And my case is 3 strokes down, and hopefully the doctor will change his estimate of when I'm going to go blind.
But luckily, some of us have medical issues that make us look younger than we are.
Yeah.
All right. And then I'm going to add to the group Uni Rock. Uni, I have to tell you, I was looking at screenshots with this random stuff, and I'm never really organized, and I discovered a screenshot where I yelled at Uni.
So did I.
And I said, "You fucking hack." So Unirock and I did not step out on a very good foot. But you know what? I think that like how things started with us and how it was rough and how I remember I was banned from chat for a little bit and was called not a dissenter, a argumentarian, or I don't know, something. What is the word when you
Contrarian.
argue? Contrarian. I was called a contrarian.
I
You're
was
just a contrarian troll.
I
That.
was so afraid of him. I was afraid of Unirock. I was like, holy shit, I'm going to have to make a video addressing this guy when he goes after me. What am I going to do? He's got all this energy. He's got all this energy.
I don't know. Some of my best friends are. A lot of my best friends are people that I hated right out of the gate. I mean, take Brian, for example. The first time I came across him, I'm like, wow, this guy sounds so fucking arrogant and obnoxious. And then the next morning, I'm like, wait, he's British. Never mind.
I think
So
Brian
Unirock,
is waking up.
Unirock, how are you today? Or tonight? Maybe Unirock's AFK. I have
You're
this really
muted.
habit of. I have this habit of pulling in. Unirock probably maybe left the building for a minute. That's okay. It's
He never
okay.
sits still except when he's walking.
Yeah.
Check,
yeah,
check, check, check.
There he
Welcome.
is.
Dick.
Oh, you hear me now? Okay. Sorry, I had to fix my input. It was all messed up.
Did you hear any of that stuff we were saying just now?
Yeah. No, I was laughing. But I was saying I'm just chilling. Had a good day. Yeah, relaxing.
Are you out walking?
Yeah, I'm walking. And I had a headphone,
Yes,
but the headphones.
that
just
was
went
right.
You deserve to relax. You do a lot.
Yeah, I took a couple days off, so I'll be back at the grind tomorrow. I've got a video done, but I got to edit it and all that. That'll take a long time, so sucks.
Yeah.
Editing is a lot of work. It really is. People take for granted edited videos, but it takes a lot of time. A lot of time.
Yeah, don't say editing around me right now. Oh my god. Just fucking
It's more
don't.
just the order of it, like trying to order something together and pull the pieces out you don't want in there. I get obsessive, so I do like an editing cut every like 1 to 2 seconds. So it.
I wish I was talking about videos.
Oh dear.
Oh god.
You at the editing stage with writing?
Partially, yeah. I'm doing actually I've been working on a rewrite of all things for book 3. Ugh. And
What kind of book you write?
the first 2 books are more the Jungian arc of the character, more or less coming to terms with who and what she is, and it explores the Jungian aspect of the shadow aspect, the Jungian notion of the shadow aspect, and so it's the character learning to accept the darker aspects of herself and learning to live with them. And then by the time you get to book 3, because book 1 and 2 are that Jungian arc, at that point she's starting to get more along the lines of figuring out her interactions with other people, which unfortunately means that the characters entered their sexual awakening, and I'm dreading that entire part of the fucking book.
Hey, that should be the funnest part, though.
Exiled?
What?
I'm writing porn.
Are you really?
Oh my god, make it stop.
Okay. Don't come to me.
Oh shit.
I'll give him a,
This
I'll
is
send
not
you
my
friend.
genre. It's sci-fi, damn it.
I'll
Make
send
it
you-
classy.
I'll send you my friend.
Don't hey, never think that people will stop having sex in the future.
It's
They'll
actually
find
one of
better
those.
ways to do it.
Actually, there are moments that are kind of fun because I'm having to get into alien biology.
Well, okay, contrary to public opinion, I've never done porn. That's the
Are you-
thing.
Are you writing porn or are you writing erotica?
Actually, I'm writing sci-fi. However, there are some sequences with the character trying to figure out where they are on the proverbial spectrum and this kind of stuff.
Even Basimov had a book with 3 genders.
It makes it a little bit more complicated because this particular character effectively has 2 souls in one body,
Oh god.
courtesy of some cloning-related issues.
Oh, Okay.
So
You're not me
yeah,
this easy.
the character's a hot mess. One of their two aspects is more straight than the other.
You've not made this easy for yourself, have you?
Oh, of course
Can't
not.
stop laughing.
No, the side of her that prefers men is annoyed that the side of her that prefers women, they're hoping that they'll come around and start liking guys more later. So you have this really weird internal conflict in the character.
By the way, I'm not laughing at your plot line.
Oh,
I'm
it's
just
okay.
laughing
It's
at
okay. It's great.
you made it for yourself.
Okay. When I was first writing the book, I started off from the male protagonist, and then I'm like, no. The main character should actually be the sister of the chosen one, and so I switched over to writing from a female POV. Then I actually was sitting there going through this whole process. I'm like, well, technically there'd be two souls in her, so now we'll just go through the Jungian shadow aspect and have the regular character dealing with the shadow aspect of herself. And then I'm like, I should probably give myself more of a challenge. So in the middle of sitting there interweaving these two different storylines that I had going initially and telling it from the POV of the sister character, let's give myself more of a character and find a way to kill her at the end of book 1 and keep the story going for book 2.
I'm not a big fan of the chosen one trope personally, unless you're going to subvert it and make each of her souls essentially make each one think that they're the chosen one, but the other one isn't.
Oh,
that
no,
could be
she's
fun.
she's the sister of the chosen one.
See, you should be consulting with Sinister Porpoise, not me.
I've actually been one of the people I've been bullshitting a lot with lately is Pumpkin.
Who?
Angry Pumpkin.
Angry Pumpkin.
Oh,
Yes, that moment when everyone gets confused and like, Pumpkin can write? Yes, he fucking can.
awesome. Okay, good.
Of course, the last person I actually consulted with of all people was Tempest Kitty.
Meow.
Tempest is one of my favorite people in the universe. Oh my gosh.
I haven't seen Tempest in ages. Is Tempest around?
Not really. I kind of had to kind of drag them out of the woodwork, and I'm like, listen, Tempest, I really need a favor. I kind of need a gatekeeper. They're like, you need a what? I'm like, well, I'm writing something that could potentially upset both furries and trans people simultaneously. I need an advisor. And they're like, okay. Well, what is it? I'm like, it's kind of pseudo horny kind of stuff. They're like, okay, I'm in. And then they looked it over there, and their first comment was, the start of this is so fucking bad. Why is the end so good? I was like, okay, let's rewrite that crap. But
I don't know if you're dark webbing right, Shadow. You're writing too much.
Oh God, I be dark webbing my ass. Yeah, I've been sitting there just writing constantly. When I went to the doc, and he's like, "Yeah, you're probably going to lose your eyesight in 2 years." I'm like, I better get book 3 done.
All right, Porpoise has something to say. I'm going to highlight Porpoise. She's going to explain dark web.
First of all, Steve, if you're going to talk about technology, have some goddamn clue what you're talking about. The dark web is a area of the internet where people go to do certain illegal things like buy and sell drugs. No one can be a part of the dark web overall. They can be part of specific sites, but they're not part of the dark web.
And that was correct, Steve. I'm actually really surprised. I was pretty sure that somebody like Steve would think the dark web was a special internet for black people.
Oh my God.
That does sound like something he would say, though.
I'm being tacky, excuse me. I had to do it.
We've heard him say worse things.
Yeah.
Oh, Shadow, I've missed you so much.
Okay, I have a funny video to turn on real quick. It's really short, and it's being told by Chickmunks, but I know Shadow will recognize this story if you listen really carefully real quick. The chipmunks are hard to hear, but it's really funny.
Jeannie the Terrible, by the way, you have to get a mention because she's the one that put this in.
What's the name of it? The channel?
Who put what and where?
Janie the Terrible.
Janie the Terrible.
Yeah.
Shout out to Janie the Terrible.
Yeah.
Okay. Janie the Terrible, we think you're hilarious. We're going to share this. It's too funny. All right. I think the sound's on. Here we go.
Before I go to bed, I need a bedtime story. Okay. Can you tell the condom story? Oh, please listen. My audience has never heard the cleaning up condoms story.
Oh God.
Condom story while we're waiting.
Okay.
So there's this person named Lyrical Orion, and Lyrical is spiritual but not like religious, ex-Mormon, and in the community, she was ex-Mormon and he's ex-Mormon, and they bonded on this, I guess. I don't know, and they lived close to each other. And you'll notice that I have the California crackle. Hey man, what's up? She has an upswing and she talks like this. And she's sort of got that Valley Girl thing going on. And anyway,
Well, hold on real quick. Lauren says you can deny it happened if you're Steve, Ethan. I didn't want to forget. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Wait, is this person me?
That is
but
true.
she had this habit of really making dumb arguments or just, you know, kind of ditzy. She has a book out on Amazon and that's always great.
It's bad.
And anyway, Steve was like, I like this woman, and you know they were hooked up, and in a hangout where there's a big argument, and that hangout's pulled down since, but in a hangout, she was drunk, like Manya drunk.
No.
And
Manya.
Sorry.
and I don't know about you, but if I'm with someone that I care about, and they're that like drunk, and I know that they're gonna step and say things that they're not supposed to say, I kind of try to reel them back and protect them.
Yeah.
But it was really interesting to watch, knowing that Steve was with her, and this is pretty early on, and watching her make a fool of herself. And
I'm sorry. I got out. Okay, sorry.
Oh, this is
Steve
great.
never, like, interceded to pull her back and be like, no, let's not do that. Let's do something else or anything. Just kept letting her just sink deeper and deeper and deeper. And I always thought that was the weirdest thing because, like, I was trying to get her to stop. I was trying to be like, stop giving too much information. Stop, you know, like, don't go in this direction.
Blabbing, yeah.
I was trying to give her like so many outs, and I was watching her just dig deeper and deeper and deeper. And the weirdest thing was, it's like Steve just let her get like finally, you know, like blocked by people that had enough of her. And it was just the weirdest thing because it showed me something about his character early on, where I was like, that's weird. Like, and I'm not saying like defend people's honor like in a way, but like, you know what I'm saying about trying to protect people that you love from shame and embarrassment, like when you know they're in a weak state. So like if you know somebody is that drunk, you kind of pull them back. You know?
Protect them a little bit. Yeah.
Doesn't work a lyrical.
It was one of those weirdest things that I was just like, that's
It was a
strange.
train
I don't have
wreck.
that clip, but I
Stop.
have a
No,
clip of
don't.
kind of like the kind of arguments that she makes, and it was
And
interesting to see.
It's his roommate,
hook up with her.
right? Okay.
He hooked up with her, and then they became roommates, and then they broke up, and they remained roommates, and that's when the condom story happened.
And I'm just gonna play it, and then I'll let you guys know when it's done, right? So here we go. That works.
You are never going to have a problem with following science and feeling that it's God. Okay, so science uses models to help us make sense of the world around us, and religion uses models as well to help us make
What the
sense
fuck?
of
She's
world
wearing
around us.
clothing.
They're all basically pointing to the same thing, and the more mysterious your God
I'm
is,
sorry.
the more it's going to make sense that science. Okay. The breakthrough was really this: was that science and religion at
Science
one
and
point
religion
were
are the
striving for the
same.
same goal. Now the problem is that when I say this to people now, because I actually did ask.
Okay, why are we watching this again? Because like she's just going off on science and religion and science and religion. I'm just asking. I don't mind watching it. But
Because I think Steve's a skeptic and he hooked up with this woman and I think it's bad, so maybe.
okay, hold on. Let me listen a little more.
About this topic, I said, I want to make this video. What do you
I
think
remember
about, science and religion being one thing, the same search for truth? And they were just, no way, that's not the way that it is. And they gave an example of a person trying to find a destination. And one person uses science and astronomy, and the other person uses religion and God. And it was an argument, in my opinion, of naivety, because it's not looking at really
Kids X-rated
the way
quote.
that science and religion are now.
She's not saying anything. Say something, lady.
Certain religions and dogmas give to their gods.
Say something, lady. Say it.
Tell
me what you're saying.
Complementary.
Just Valley Girl users will now be forever.
Yes.
Blend with science.
Yes.
And then we get, people who say, well, God is the mystery.
Say
God is
something,
the real,
lady.
and
Say something.
then why have
Jog
God?
my
Why not
memory.
just say that science is because
She can't make a point to save her fucking life. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Spackle.
this isn't even the worst stream. There's another one where she uses metaphysics to make a penny stick to the wall.
Yeah.
I gotta see that.
I gotta see this shit. We'll have to watch it sometime.
Yeah. So anyway, the point is that they hooked up, and we were like, this is a weird combo.
Yeah.
and then we were like, okay. And then there was that shaming incident. But I was like, whoa, you need to reel her back, And then they hooked up, and they were saying, and then he would brag about her in ways that I wouldn't want to say on live because I don't think that's really kind. But I will say this, which is a little bit unkind for her, but yeah. So she's a hippy dippy kind of person, and like love the one you're with kind of person. But when they broke up, he was still roommates living with her.
They dated?
Mm-hmm.
She dated Stab?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Hold on. I gotta listen to her talk for one more second. Guys, we found Stem's ex-girlfriend.
What do you think about you know? We can easily condemn certain.
Oh, he's got
I
to
was
hate
going to say that all three of them
us.
are sort of in the same category.
Let's meet her. Let's meet his ex.
Is she one of the ones he's still friends with?
I'm stalking him right now. He's gonna say I'm stalking him. This is so good. You stalked me, and he's trying to find my ex-girlfriends. That's what he's gonna say.
Well, she's part of our community before Steve was. So like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm just getting to know more people from the GDC. Great.
Yep. I have some notes right here. This is lyrical. I was thinking about.
I like
Tease
her.
your own GDC stream on your channel,
An
Ethan.
idea for
That would be fun.
came to me.
Oh
I don't
my
think
God.
lyrical until she
Did they-
says things about people she's not supposed to. Like private things publicly, things like that. Like I'm like, ah.
Spackle, I gotta ask you a question.
Hmm?
It's a personal question.
Okay.
Did she bang Steve?
Well, yeah.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, she's not.
Screaming.
I don't know how you're still
The
alive, lady,
screaming.
So they break up, and
Oh, that makes it perfect.
Live a lifestyle, and that's cool. Like, whatever.
David.
They break up, and I guess she's untidy, and he tells a story of how he had to clean up all the condoms left in her room.
Oh my god, that's her? She's the cleaning condom lady?
All the
How many
condoms.
people
Yep.
does she bang to have that many? I have to ask her. I want her on the
A
show.
lot.
I want to know. I need to know how many people you bang to have that many condoms laying outside.
Hang on. Hey, can you pause this for 1 second?
Oh my god.
Now, just as a quick punchline, Steve bragged about this.
All
Just needed to comment. This is something that Steve took great pride in and tried bragging about one day. That I banged Lyrical Orion. I'm like, yeah, you and half the damn net. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but yeah. This
I
is
just
a woman
wanna-
that you go into an off-air hangout with, and you're like, "Listen, it might not be a good idea to be in a hangout with your tits hanging out." And then she'd angle the camera down so you could see that she wasn't wearing underwear.
Okay,
so-
so if this wants to blow your mind for a minute, you know how there's a Gordian knot thing? There's
Mhm.
also a Gordian knot of how people sleep with each other, right? So people are connected. Steve slept with Lyrical and Captain Osimo, who fought with Reds in my video, also slept with Lyrical, different occasions, not together. Did he clean the condoms of Captain Osimo? I don't know. I don't know the timing.
I'm running about Mark Anthony. She was coming on to him really hard one day.
He cleaned Captain Osimo's condom. Oh
I-
my god.
I don't know.
Don't
I'm
even.
just saying
He
that they
did.
partnered up too.
Oh shit.
Like it wasn't just Steve. So like
I don't know.
So if you
Something
don't-
about somebody sitting there bragging, boasting about sleeping with somebody that half the internet's already rejected amazes me, though.
But like he told this story as if he was dissing her.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind. That's why it's so funny. Not because of her. Because
Yeah.
of him.
Yeah. Like she's sort of like a hippie, love the person you're with. I'm not actually shaming that. Like she knew what she wants.
Mhm.
It's fine. But like I just think it's mind blowing that Steve, like if you think about it, the person that told Red to go to bed in that video and confront him, that video slept with the same person that Steve did. That's what's fascinating.
What
Only
I think
half.
is funny is when I first heard of this claim, he actually came into a shuffle to try to make it, and he's sitting there talking literally with a room full of people that have turned her down.
I'm sorry, but did someone imply that only half the internet has rejected sleeping with Steve?
No, sleeping with her actually, not Steve.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I thought that number was much higher.
The offers was high and often for many people. So like
Yes.
it was like a ongoing thing, and sometimes it was like very sudden where somebody was like, "Oh, what's happening?" No.
Damn! What is wrong? You don't clean up condoms, and if you do, you don't tell the internet. Damn it! Hold on now. Wait.
Condoms that aren't yours. They're
Okay, so-
another dude's.
So what's the deal? How did Steve end up cleaning up her condoms? Okay, like I gotta know.
All right.
now.
The
She's a
theory
futa.
is that because he lived with her, they had an arrangement that he had to clean the house because Lord knows he can't pay rent, right? He doesn't make a
Yeah.
lot of money. So
Oh,
the
yeah.
theory is, and only Lyrical could confirm, the theory is that he had to clean the house. And then when he was talking about it, like he mentions about all the condoms he had to clean up from her. And part of me was in doubt because,
She doesn't look like a slut. She doesn't.
What does a slut look like? Never
Oh
mind.
no, you're right.
I
Okay,
don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm conservative, so you gotta reel me in.
No slut shaming.
I don't care that she's slinging condoms everywhere.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say.
But I have a
More
serious
curious
question.
about the
Hold on.
number is what I'm wondering here. Like, how many are we talking? Like,
Okay, so I just want to clarify what I says. I don't care that people sleep with a bunch of people. I care if they sling condoms everywhere.
Yeah. Just to put that out there. Yeah, it's the
are we talking
condom
like,
being in
like,
the yard.
you know, how many is he picking up
How
daily?
many?
Like,
I think the
How
number
many
is
is
irrelevant.
picking
I
up
think what's
daily?
irrelevant is that he's picking up other used condoms.
Now, hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah, no. The number's definitely irrelevant in this situation. They are extremely
we-
fucking relevant here.
well, how long have they been sitting there?
Ooh.
We need to dial it back. Okay, I have a very serious question.
Okay.
Do you guys think that she provided him gloves, or did Steve have to buy his own?
I don't think he used them. Did he say? He did say he used gloves.
He did
did
not.
say it?
He did
Um,
not. And he's still
No, he
looking
did
for it.
not.
He's too cheap
He
for
did
that.
not.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, obviously he is not there, like, right after coitus picking up the condom, right? So they're not like, it's not like fresh. It's been sitting there. Like, it's got to be next day at least, right?
Maybe she
Oh,
had
yeah.
a little bell at her bedside and she could ring the bell.
Wait a minute. How do we
It
know he
wasn't
sitting
fresh.
Well,
that's
It
the
wasn't
theory.
fresh.
Maybe he is a what's the word? Can I say the word?
Lawyer?
It starts with a C. I don't know if it's a banned word.
Well, and what
Did you
is
say
an insult?
lawyer?
If it's
Boy,
an insult,
boy.
it's fine.
It's an insult, but I don't know if it's
Yeah.
like a cuck. A cuck.
Oh, you can say
Somebody-
cuck. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
Steve is a cuck. I say it all the time. I cuck. Cuckity cuck. Steve is a cuck.
So between that theory, between looking at lyrical poems, she's like kind of hippy dippy, kind of like I don't know if she's polyamorous or what, but kind of hippy dippy, and looking at that, and then knowing like
Yes,
about Sweetie, then
we're
Sweetie
on it, Les.
is polyamorous, and then he's like, well, you know, hey, sweet, winky, winky, but then he says he's monogamous. There is a theory that maybe he's
Oh my
somebody
god,
likes
dude. Oh my god, Di just busted Steve. Oh my god, Di, you just busted Steve. Listen to this. Hold on, I gotta okay, here's a news report from Los Angeles Times, September 25th, 2020. It says, Vietnamese police say that they will investigate a factory that was found recycling about 320,000 used condoms for resale. Okay, this is a real story. I got it on my screen. Listen to this. This is crazy. Following a tip from a local resident, inspectors raided a factory near
This
Ho
makes
Chi
me
Minh
sick.
City where they found used condoms being repacked for sale. Okay, now listen to this. This is the surprising part. According to the market inspector, the owner of the factory confessed that the used condoms had been bought from a man in the province. I think we know what Steve did with those condoms. Good catch, Di. Good catch.
Okay, that's priceless. I admit.
Washed and repacked.
He probably made more money sending them condoms overseas than what he does on fucking YouTube.
Now wait, how? Okay, this is really bothering me because, like I have this weird picture in my head just because of the way she's sitting. That like she would be sitting here telling this story, and the window's right next to her, right? And she would just be like, "Oh, hold on a second," and she'd grab a condom from between her legs and just fling it out the window. Like every 10 minutes while she's screaming or whatever, she's flinging condoms, and Steve's out there with a little bag, like, "Woo!" Okay,
God, that's
how
terrible.
did he have to clean up condoms and then wind up telling YouTube? He's crazy. What the fuck, Stab? You're a locale.
We did on YouTube. He
told
told
her?
he told a group of people about it, and I
Oh, and
don't
they
know.
ratted him out? Oh, that's even better. That's even better. Holy shit, that's even better.
Worst yet,
But
it was
here's the
trying to
other thing,
brag.
Like, it's one of those things where she's sort of a hippie dippy, and then he kind of
Oh,
goes like, I can only be with one person at a time kind of guy, and I don't know why he's picking up people that are like kind of love the one you're with, while he's saying, you know, I'm a one person at a time kind of person. It
I
doesn't
think the
make
truth of the matter is he didn't have anywhere else to go.
Yeah, Steve's more of a love the one you can get.
Yes, not love the one you want, love the one that'll settle for you if you like them enough. But okay, so he hooked up with her. He according to him got mad and I don't believe it. She broke up with him. There's no way that he broke up with her. It's just impossible.
she broke with him. She broke with him.
Okay, yeah, she broke up with him. Yeah,
This is
and
good
then
clip.
he stick around.
Actually, I need to make a point of contention here.
We don't know how he.
I need to do a quick little point of contention here. The cleaning up the condoms was after she'd broken up with him, if I remember correctly.
Oh
That
yeah,
was
yeah.
after she broke up and he was still living with her, if I remember the story correctly.
Well, that's how I prefaced it. Like
Ow.
that's the funny part is
Mhm.
it's after. Yeah.
I just want to point out that only makes the story funnier.
I know, that's why I didn't mention it.
That's why it's funny. Like they weren't together. He was just trying to like live there
Mooch.
to save money.
He had to clean the house in order to stay.
But if you've ever had a job where you're cleaning up a public parking lot, you probably will end up doing this, unfortunately.
Well,
Not on the scale Steve did, though.
Yeah, there is a picture. That is true.
Knowing Steve, if I were in her situation, I would have been like, let's grab a bunch of extra condoms and fill them with mayonnaise just to piss him off. Anyway, sorry.
So, there was one time I was doing a job
And
hunt.
eventually he had to move.
Hold this thought.
Screwing
There was
around
one
on the floor,
time.
that's how they.
There was one time I was doing a job hunt, and the listing was for an adult playroom. And I told my roommate about that. And said, "Dude, That sounds like a mop and a bucket type job. I mean, it turned out being just one of those video slot places. But it said adult playroom. No, marketing.
You got so lucky. That's all it was, dude.
No, I didn't take it.
And then I believe right after Lyrical, he has a crazy roommate. And if you look up Twitter, he rants.
Oh my god.
Oh, no, it's not Twitter. You look up YouTube. There's a rant about his crazy roommate where he says his roommate's psycho, and that's after her.
Di says the best laugh is that none of the condoms were used by Steve. Oh, it's so true.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and the other weird thing is too, there are two people that have gone live and yelled and screamed about labia shaming. One
labia
of them,
shaming, really?
Right. One
Oh.
of them is Lyrical defending the roast beef. She actually made a video and she had to pull it down eventually, but she like made this like big yelling.
She called it the roast beef.
Like she was saying, "How dare you labia shame?" kind of thing, and women.
How dare you labia shame my roast beef?
She did. She really made a labia shaming video to yell at people for labia shaming, and it.
Well, I know she wasn't talking about the shuffles because we shamed her tits.
No, it was because she attacked somebody, made something untrue when she was drunk, and Steve didn't save her. And then that guy finally had enough of it and said, "You know what? I fucking don't talk about your meat flaps that you shove everywhere."
Oh.
Oh, wait, was this one of Lenny's meat curtain jokes?
It wasn't Lenny. It was a meat
okay.
curtain joke, and,
okay.
and I would let the person say who they were if they were here, but I don't see them right now. So, but like they were defending themselves if a big lie was told about them, and she was drunk and just talking out of her ass. And then Steve didn't do anything to stop her. She was mania drunk at the time, and then he finally listens to her tell all these lies and these horrible stories, and then he says like something about like, you know, her flappy meat flaps labia and as a fight back, because like literally she would share pictures like all over. Like it wasn't that people shared her pictures, she would share these pictures. It'd be like, "Hi, my name's Lyrical here," like, you know, like
Oh my god!
Oh yeah.
One
lots
of
women
the
do
first off-air hangouts I ever saw her in, I damn near prefaced it by warning her that she shouldn't be doing that because there'll end up being entire pages dedicated to her showing herself off on the internet. Lo and behold, there are. It's sad, but there are.
Yeah.
How much of these would I have to drink to become mania drunk? 'Cause I don't think I have that many.
3.
They're
Wait,
little.
so Steve was the one that labia shamed her, or was someone else labia
Somebody else, I think, is what was said. I think.
Some other guy.
Yeah.
It was after a sexual lie was made up about him. So then he just fired back and said, "You know what? Like, hey, guess what? I don't talk about your stuff on live stream that everybody's seen."
Oh yeah. I don't think it's bad if he labia shamed her. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the context of the labia shaming. So
Yeah.
Also,
Sort of like the baby carrot shaming of Red after
Exactly.
he did porn everywhere.
yeah. It's like somebody saying, "Oh, you got a small dick" or something to a dude when they get mad.
I just walked off to deal with a cat, and I came back.
You're
To talk of
lucky.
labia shaming. Andy want to film me in? I think I've missed too much here.
Yeah. You didn't miss much. It's okay.
Yeah, Lyrical had
thanks
made
God
it.
for that.
The two people I've known on the internet like that have made videos or made content of some sort about labia shaming are Lyrical Orion and the Bad Nikki on that used to be part of that time of the month. Those are the two people.
April, I have no intention of drinking more than this little bottle tonight.
As a quick little footnote, and just for the sake of clarification, yes, I do actually have a personal grievance against her. There was one day that she's sitting there in an off-air hangout. I'm trying to get her to stop trying to show her shit to everyone that comes in the room and trying to get her to calm down a little bit because she's drunk as hell and giving shit to Ozymandias of all people. And lo and behold, And lo and behold, wife gets home, and I'm like, well, anyway, I got to get going. The wife's home, and her comment is, "Wouldn't you rather sit here and keep talking to me?" And I'm like, no, I fucking wouldn't.
Then your wife?
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy, but
Yeah. So yes, I have a personal grievance because that's fucked up.
There's a similar grievance of somebody else too that was very similar. Like, I didn't ask for this. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, kind of thing.
Mhm.
All right. I'm the most vanilla person in the group here, by the way, just so you know.
You're triple X, but it's all a lie.
Oh,
Right?
I'm full
It is.
malevolent right now with this one. And I'll own it.
It was just weird. It was really akin to like if some guy went live and said, let's talk about my baby carrot. You know, it was just odd.
My
And then-
micropene.
Right. And similarly,
Didn't Reb do that?
The Bad Nikki. There's a good picture of Bad Nikki. Well,
Uh-huh.
Bad Nikki hangs out with Steve, and Bad Nikki's the one that said, I want to give Steve a 3-hour blowjob while he plays a video game. That one. The one that,
oh my
the one that
God.
used to be part
Yes.
of Chester's show.
Oh my god,
Oh
when I
my.
would watch the stuff that made me so uncomfortable.
So Nikki has this rando tweet where she tweets a sandwich, and she talks about labia, and how she's proud of her
Sinister
labia.
doesn't want to see
There are
Sinister
two people,
Maya drunk.
that have gone like live about like their unusual labia, and both of them hang out with Steve and have been interested in Steve.
Oh my God. So wait. Oh my God. Hold on. So the girl who calls her labia roast beef was the one that Steve hooked up with, right? Like, Steve, okay. Like, I'm not being mean. She said it. She called it roast beef.
I would be so much happier thinking this video was about roast beef.
There's one person that made a video defending her labia, and that's lyrical. And there's another person that made a tweet with a picture of a sandwich. And I was just saying, both of those people have been interested in Steve in that way, and I just thought it was a really odd comparison. Because I haven't seen anybody else.
Listen, I gotta go to bed, so I'm gonna leave you with this. The great Artie Lang once said that large labia are like a welcoming part
Well,
of your cock.
if you're Steve, you can't be picky.
Good night. That is true. That is true. It's like a roast beef welcoming party, according to this woman. Look, I'm not putting her down. I like her. What's her name again? Lyrical. Yes, I like Lyrical. I don't know. She's
Lyrical
still
has
around?
a book. She has a book.
I want to read that shit. I'm gonna do a Lyrical book review. I'm gonna do Steve McRae's ex-girlfriend cleaning up condoms book review. It's gonna be my
terrible.
title.
Please do. Please do. It's terrible.
Honestly, if I told that story to somebody and it got out, I'd call them all trolls and liars for the rest of my life and deny
I know, I would
everything
quit.
as well. I
I'd
think
quit
that's
the fucking internet,
the root
you know.
cause here.
Yes, I would quit the fucking internet in 14 seconds if that happened to me. I'm not even playing. So I'm just
Change my
saying.
name. I'd hide. I'd
Yeah.
move to Mexico. I'd
Yep,
brush
yep.
my teeth with a 12 gauge. You get bunked up with Scott.
Yep.
So now you know some of the weirder stories of the internet, and with that, I'm going to bed.
What
Those
is
are the
this?
dark web.
Honey,
This
I
is-
cleaned up Steve McRae and honey, I cleaned up the condoms.
Oh, that's a good one.
Puck, put the condom down, Puck. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, and I thought making the
Steve
game
already
Puck's
spoke in the
Escape
air
was a
like
waste of
spinning
time.
around, having the brass.
That was brilliant. Okay.
Put the condom down.
It's good.
Oh, it's the exact same meme. Okay. Oh my God, you guys, you're freaking killing me here, dude.
Yeah, I got 4 scabs. What is it?
Oh my God.
What's the name
These
on it?
memes.
Oh my god.
Hold on, I'm looking at these memes real quick. Oh my fucking God, bro. Oh, there we go.
Oh my God.
What is that? What does that mean?
What does it mean?
In a Zoom call, he learns the truth. I thought all those condoms I picked up were mine. Oh my God. Sitting in the corner was not worth placing on my wall. Here, hold on. I gotta do this. I gotta fix this. There we go. So, messed up green screen spot. Yeah, that works.
Before I go to bed, I need a bedtime.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember.
Condom story.
I remember in the first video I made about Unirock when I didn't know who he was and I was scared of him. Like I made the video stop at a point where somebody else in your live chat was mentioning the condom story and you moved really quickly past it. You moved really quickly past it because like you were on Steve's side at that time. You were like, we're not going to talk about that, but now we're talking about it.
Oh, that's right.
This is one of the things that was so nefarious about him, though, is he's sitting there, I started the great debate community, blah, 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 and whenever he'd run into a new person that entered the community, he'd start kind of trying to win them over to his viewpoint and trying to claim that make it sound like everything in this community was really his doing and he was responsible for it and trying to make them feel indebted. It was just a fucking mess, and he'd already gotten rid of all the old guard that could fucking correct him on it.
In a way, he is responsible for everything that happened in the great debate community ever since I've became aware of it, but that was long after it folded.
Okay.
And
To be fair, the thing that killed the great debate community was G+ closing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm just pointing out to someone who came in after.
Yeah.
Steve is responsible for everything. Not in a good way.
Oh, he actually created a big fissure, yeah.
To be honest, I think we would have made more of an effort to hold it together when G Plus folded if it hadn't already been shattered.
He just
I think by
proceeded
then
to
we'd
get
all
rid of
just
all the
had enough.
smart people. He just made enemies with all the smart people one by one until there was only.
It really was kind of like.
Yeah.
By the time I joined, like, you all were gone.
Yeah.
All the old guard was gone. So
Most of us kind of gave up in disgust.
Well,
Yeah, he did the same things in non-sec, really, with the guests.
But the thing is, it's also cyclic. There's a tendency, especially the old guard, that will vanish for a while and then all of a sudden start returning out of the woodwork. And most of the newer blood ends up being drowned out pretty quick.
Yeah. Yeah, we just return when we see people doing reprehensible things, and we just
pretty
wanna
much
step in and laugh or point and laugh.
What's it like for all of you to see Steve so obviously lying constantly now? When it used to be a thing where people would challenge people on it, like, oh, he's so honest, and now everybody's just like, oh yeah, that dude lies.
He deliberately went out of his way to not only create an echo chamber, but to try to make people feel indebted to him for quote creating a community where they can come to and feel safe. The entire great debate thing, he was sitting there trying to pretend that this was all because of him. Now the simple fact of the matter is, calling it a community was always the biggest line of bullshit. And then he co-opted the name, but it was never a fucking community. It was just like people sit there, they make videos, or all kind of within the same general circles, and we were all doing the same basic topics. So we're just kind of pulled into each other's gravitational well. It was never an actual community.
Well, it was a loose community.
It was a shit show.
Yeah, it was.
Half the time it was a shit show.
More often than not, but that's kind of the way we liked it, because the moment you start having proverbial gatekeepers saying, okay, you're allowed to be part of this, you're allowed to talk, you're not allowed to talk, that's when you have a problem, because everyone's voice had equal weight ultimately, and that's how it had to be.
It's like I said, it's like he took a perfectly chaotic community and tried to control it and name it and take it for himself.
It's so weird.
It was perfect the way it was before. Yeah.
I know.
to your question, Uni, how do you feel like when you see him lying? It infuriates me, and I can't do anything to combat it because I'm blocked.
For what it's worth, and I'm going to share this with everyone, I almost made it my personal business to have him sued for using the term Great Debate.
For those of us who came in after, when do we not see him lying?
That's the thing. Yeah, now he lies. If you listen to any clip he does, he's lying about VAWA expiring in 2018, and you can just literally look these things up and be like, damn, this dude is straight lying to everybody.
Like he tries to be a trans ally. It's like,
incidentally, I want to just throw this out there in case there's somebody much more of a bastard than I am. There is a board game called The Great Debate. So him claiming to be in chart behind the Great Debate community, you could get the board game company to sue his ass.
You can't sue over
no pigs in space. We want to vomit every time he mentions how astronomically ethical he is.
So
I think he really means astrologically ethical.
Are you sure it doesn't mean microscopically ethical?
No.
Astro projection ethical?
Like his ethics are so small you can't see it?
No, astral projection would be lyrical again.
Oh, that's right. Maybe some of lyrical rubbed off. He was talking about ghosts on that hangout that I just showed earlier.
Don't talk about rubbing off in the same sentences.
With lyrical, please don't, because
Okay, choices and words. Choices and words.
Ghost and Ouija board. When you're doing a Ouija board yourself, you're the one pushing it.
That's what she said.
My mother would make. Can we get off this topic, because this?
Okay, next ick.
It has a lot to do with things leading up to my mother's death.
I hope Steve gets haunted by a demon from opening up that Ouija board. A demon that makes him collect condoms for the
No,
rest
no,
of
no,
eternity.
no, no, no. We're changing topics. We're moving on to squeegee boards now.
Well, I hope a demon on his Linux machine tells him he
Alright.
can't use his machine anymore.
I just want to point out that Kristen has a good point. Rocks are ethical.
Are they agnostic as well?
It depends on whether they're being thrown by a Muslim or not.
Are they astronomically?
Oh my
ethical?
god.
Oh. Oh.
You know Manya's writing that down. Racist incident. Shadow. Muslim rock.
Yeah, fuck you. I'm using the principles of the shuffle. Nothing's off limits. Fuck you.
Muslim isn't a race.
Yeah.
It isn't. Thank you for that. I agree. But people say, if you say I have a problem with Islam, they go, you're racist.
However, wait. I will argue that an apostate in a Muslim country, that is a race, because you have to run real fast to get away from that shit.
It's bigoted, I would maybe, but it's not racist technically because it's...
No, it just involves a lot of running.
No, I meant never mind.
I know.
We're getting to semantics, and that's
fun sometimes.
Yep. Sometimes.
Run away.
I'm using the philosophical definition of that word.
Yes.
He was making.
Have you read Draper?
Yeah, just don't
Have
get
you?
stoned at the baseball game. You'll be fine.
Have you gotta
read
scream
Draper,
it.
sister?
Have you read Draper? I can't scream. It's too late here, but you can't just say, have you read Draper? You have to scream it. Have you read Draper?
I'm
Have
having
you
my own
even
problems. I
read
don't.
Draper?
Sorry.
You know that guy that does the YouTube channel where he finds people are having meltdowns screaming and he just plays the guitar and that kind of auto-tunes the screaming?
Oh, those are awesome.
Like they need one of Steve
Are
saying,
you sure
have you
that?
read Draper? Have you read Draper?
Hang on. One of my kids used to listen to this music called Screamo. I think that might be the same.
No, but it's funny because he finds people that have meltdowns and then plays music to them and auto-tunes them.
Yeah,
like
that's pretty much the same thing. Yeah.
Ooh,
You did it to Kenneth Pope.
what a good idea. I would like to auto-tune him booming out.
To Draper, to Trump's preacher, to the Central Park Karen. It's always the same music, though.
Is Bizzy astronomically ethical? Does anyone know?
Okay.
Bizzy is because he molds and morphs his version of ethics is fighting hookers on 5th Street every night. So he's very astronomically ethical, yes.
Oh, wow. The hookers are saying no, too. Damn.
Tell me what Bizzy is and where Bizzy came from, because I don't understand that.
Okay. Well, he's my assistant now. But basically, it started off with, like, I found a filter where I could, like, put myself on both sides of the screen, and I had an idea, like, okay, well, I should have, like, an assistant of some kind or a sidekick. So I think I had 500 subs, and I was doing these videos where I would, like, make these little movies where, you know, I'd edit everything to, like, it would be all animated little pictures out of Photoshop and stuff. And I would, like, me and Bizzy would, like, travel across, you know, the United States, and that little Indiana Jones map thing would happen and shit. And anyway, so after I started live streaming, I had these little mumbles that I'd used for his voice in some of those videos I made. So I put it on a soundboard. I was like, I have a soundboard. I need sounds to play on my live stream. So I ended up getting, like, clapping and booing and all that. And then I loaded in Bizzy's mumbles and thought, well, shit, I can just have, like, him talk to me and argue with him. And people really liked it. So I just always did it, and it kind of evolved into what it is now. So, yeah.
I'm a terrible person, and it's fun.
Just a little mascot kind of thing. I don't know.
Is that
And
Unirock live streaming?
Is Bizzy like a little piece of bread?
Yeah. Well, okay. So when he first came into being, I was debunking QAnon. And one of the things that the Q guys did, he used to be a little frog, like Pepe the Frog. And then one of the Q guys was always calling himself a baker. So I was like, okay, we'll call him Bizzy the Baker. And eventually somebody was like, "Oh, well, what is he, a piece of bread?" And I was like, "Yeah." And so, but it's kind of like he's the opposite of me in every aspect, in a way. Like that's the whole idea, kind of. So, or if I'm battling somebody, he always takes on their, traits or whatever. So he kind of morphs into what I do. But yeah, he's a piece of bread.
I'm a terrible person. I'm just a
That's one of
terrible
those
person.
Wait. Is that Diablo or is that the other game like Diablo?
Path of Exile.
Path of Exile, yeah.
Path of Exile. Okay, yeah.
It's actually a lot better than D3.
I've played it a few times. I just couldn't get into it. I'm gonna have to try it again.
It reinvents itself every few months.
Yeah, that's one of the hassles. Is that at least you get to respec every few months.
Yeah,
that's one of the things I like about it. You don't even respec; you have to start over unless you're gonna play. If you're gonna play the league, you have to start over.
Oh, Path of Exile is fun.
That would drive me crazy.
Can I make a comment about Chipmunk Uni?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so it sounded normal to me because if I'm late to a live stream or if I miss a live stream, I will listen to it on double speed. So
That makes sense.
Chipmunk Uni.
Yeah.
That's a good idea, though. Like something to make kind of longer clips a little shorter like that. It does work.
It does.
I think somebody needs to make a dedicated channel, Chipmunk Tarkov.
Yeah.
No, I think now we need a regular segment on Uni Stream that's just Chipmunk Uni.
Hell yeah. I should do that. Yeah, that'd be. Yeah, we'll do that.
So whose idea
That-
was the
that
good
was
Chipmunk? Was that
fantastic.
Janie? Was that Janie's idea? Because that was really funny, actually.
I think, yeah, because Janie had done the same thing and watched the clip in 2 times speed or 1.5 and just uploaded it like that. I was like, I want to see that clip, so Janie uploaded it.
Hey,
I love that.
There's
Well,
a
Janie-
join link. There's a join
Janie,
link in
it
the
made
stream.
It made us really chuckle.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I failed to break the group. I tried.
Oh my god. Okie dokie.
I spent most of that clip on the floor, just howling with laughter.
I don't know. It
Yeah.
would be fun to get other people in here who've never been on a stream before. We'd probably get them going. Where's Menace?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
if
that'd
Menace-
be, it would be cool to get
He
Menace.
live
if-
streams.
If Menace wants to come in, you're welcome. Or anybody really.
Maybe, but
Um,
like pigs in space.
But
God.
I wanted to say to Menace, the reason why I was entertaining Kion is because I've had interactions with Kion for quite a while. And my rule of thumb is I don't assume all trolls are just like throwing them out. And Kion interacts quite a bit. So I said if Menace makes a threat, then we'd like to know what it is. And and to say you need to face off your harasser is really not the right way to approach it.
Well,
That's not how you do that.
Do you ever know what happened with Kion? Did I ever tell you?
No, I just know
No.
my own Kion perspective.
Oh, here we go.
Well, let me tell you real quick because I gotta go soon. Okay, so Kion had popped around a few times, and you know how he's kind of on one side or the other, which I'm fine with. But then I was like, he wanted to join the Discord again, and I was like, okay, cool. So he came in, and for a few months he chilled with us, and it was pretty awesome. Like, I like Kion a lot when Kion will talk to you and communicate and stuff, but he closes up. I know he got mad at me when that whole Katie creep show issue exploded. And I heard he was mad. In like 3 days I hadn't talked to him, and I was used to talk to him every day. So I was like, where's Kion at? People are like, well, he hadn't been around. So I tagged him. And I was like, hey, man, if you have an issue, just tell me. Like, we can talk it out. You may even change my mind. Like, let's talk. But he wouldn't talk to me. So he said he was going to upload a video that would kind of like explain his side in the issue. And I'm like, okay, I can respect that if you want to take time and do it that way. But, and I don't care. Like, you come talk to me, make a video, tell everybody what we talked about. He can even record it if he'd asked. But anyway, so then he ended up leaving the Discord, and just kind of went angry. Like, I guess he didn't like the interaction I was having with Katie at the time or something. But it's just a weird story. It's weird.
Well, I think part of that, it started where you had said that he was a mod in the Discord or something, and he wasn't. So he was like, no, he needs to correct that. And I don't think you ever corrected that. So it started kind of benign.
Huh.
And it did start with the Katie thing, because what you did to Katie was not right.
I disagree. We can talk about it sometime, though. We can talk about it now.
We can talk about it now.
10 minutes, though. Yeah, I got 10 minutes.
You did, within a week, you did like at least 10 streams talking about her, feeding her haters. Feeding them. And you knew what she was going through. And you did that to her. That was wrong. Like, you could have said, hey, we had a little issue, and then that was it. But no, you went on and on and on and on about it.
I went on about it because Katie lied, though. That was the whole thing. Like, if she would have been, like, somewhat honest about it, I probably wouldn't have had to respond. But if she's trying to dump it all on me and act like I did something, like, out of the blue or wrong or something like that, you know, I have to respond. So the main issue was she was really angry at Creepshow. Everybody knew that. She talked a lot of shit on her, called her a lot of names and stuff. That's fine. And we have a rule in our server where you don't drop identifying things. So she had dropped that link claiming that I was going to help her with a video, which I'd never committed to. In fact, I was actively, and she was coming in and watching me because I was doing the editing and with the screen share on. And because sometimes I do that in Discord when people are talking to me. And so she was watching me make the video, and I don't think she liked it. There was something weird about it. She started to get a little funky. But it was me. I gotten through my original criticism, which was because I told her I did 2 criticism videos on it. So without a side of commentary, part 1 happened. And then part 2 was going to look at the doxing, the 2 or 3 other things people accuse her of. Now, the issue was when I looked at it, when I pulled the actual information, she had done those things. Like, there was evidence that she had done things that people accused her of, and then deleted the clip or whatever, you know. So we got the clips, we got everything together, did a master doxing thing, and right in the middle of this video production, she pops down and shares those things about Creepshow. Now, I don't even know this because I'm in hard video editing. I go to bed, I finish, I render, I upload, it's set to release the next day, and I go to bed. And I'd say it was like 20 minutes after I'd laid down, Rachel goes, I hear her kind of gasp, like, and I go, what? She goes, no, it's okay. I was like almost asleep. And she was like, Katie, I got it out of her, Katie doxed Creepshow. So I kind of jumped up like, no fucking way. So I go look, I see what she put in. I see Katie's address. I see her first and middle and last name. It's like right when you click the link. And I go and ask, you know, the mods. I actually drag a mod that had witnessed it in. And everybody agreed that it was just full on dox. So, I mean, I can't protect Katie differently than I would anyone else. If somebody had done that, you know, I would kick them and then I'd let people know. And unfortunately.
And you did immediately in the middle of the night.
I had to, yeah.
And then you went on and on and on again. And Katie's like, hey, you know what? Yeah, I did this. No. It was this link.
No.
And she's like, I didn't realize that was doxing, but okay, that happened. And you just kept attacking her. Like, what do you expect?
You could really go back and watch the streams and watch the content.
Oh, yeah.
No, seriously.
What was it before it was Twitter? What was that called?
What? Periscope?
Periscope. So all your Periscopes? Yeah.
Well, those Periscopes are me talking to the peeps. So it's like, I don't know how that's bad. I mean, that's just me, like, walking and talking to people.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you fed the haters. Do you understand?
I didn't feed the haters. What Katie did was come back in the beginning and lie about it. So I did the stream, and her response was to say, I didn't dox Creepshow. And she put it out on, like, an Insta story. Somebody had asked her. So she locked down the chat, locked down the other shit, and put out a little Instagram bubble thing. I don't even know how to do it. I don't use Insta. And it said, question, did you dox Creepshow? Answer, no. So then for maybe another week or so, she's telling everybody, and I'm just getting waves of Katie people coming at me every stream, every place I go, everything I do, just spamming me with, you're lying on Katie and Katie said it didn't happen. I went and asked Katie personally, and she said, no, it didn't happen. So I had to do another video. So I do the next upload. People don't believe me. I'm like, why aren't people believing me? Next thing I know, Katie's denying it again in another live stream. And these are in my videos. That's why I put them up. And then the thing that broke it was I eventually said, fuck it. So I had to go and take a screen recorder and do something I'd never done, which is go into my Discord server and show everybody the literal conversation. I'd actually screenshotted the conversation and sent it to a couple YouTubers because they'd asked for it. And then I put it up, and then she denied it again. So I'm like, okay, here's screen recording. Here's my last thing to say. You guys want to call me a liar or whatever? Here's what happened. Here's the conversation. See it with your own eyes. I had to change the name of the mods so they wouldn't, have their usernames put out. So like mod 1, mod 2. And then maybe 3 days after that, she emails Creepshow and tells Creepshow, of course, not to release the email because, she was obviously not wanting the contents of this email out to the public. And if you read the email, you understand why, because it says, I'm sorry, Creepshow, for sharing this link. I didn't realize your name was in it or something like that. So she admitted, yeah, this did happen. Uni's not lying. And that's kind of when the tide changed out in the community and people finally, because Katie was forced with that email with Creepshow dumping it and not holding it secret. Katie was forced then, anytime it came up, to admit, yeah, I shared the link, but her excuse was it's not doxing. So that's where it rests now. And that,
I would love to see the waves of people that were calling you a liar, because what I saw were the waves of people saying, yeah, she's a doxer, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, you can go look, it's there.
Well, no, I can't really. On your YouTube, not YouTube,
all
Periscopes?
Yeah, they're all there. Twitter just transferred them over from Scope over to Twitter. So I went and looked. At least my recent ones going back before Twitter or Periscope deactivated, they're there. So.
Okay, that's your version. That's not what other people saw happening. I'm just letting you know. It was wrong what you did to Katie.
Hang on, can I cut in here for a moment?
Go ahead, Shadow.
Okay, this kind of thing we see all the time, whether it be through YouTube or Twitter or what have you, that you have two different people with two different perspectives of what's going on. And very frequently you'll have one and or both sitting there trying to get people in their camp, trying to weaponize their following to go after some kind of opponent, and generally whoever has the larger following or the more rabid following ends up, so to speak, winning the day and being able to sculpt the dialogue. The most you can normally do in these situations is sit there, take the individuals aside, try to find out what you can from them and weigh their stories against each other. And the problem is that usually you'll find that people will tend to side with whoever it is that approaches them first. This is something that Steve McRae actually weaponized, so it's something we all have to be diligent and be worried about.
Well, I'm with you. Luckily, though, it's on the internet. Like, what happened then? Luckily, like, people don't like the fact that I do so much content during a controversy, talk a lot on Scope, stream a lot, upload a lot of videos. But in reality, these are the things that stop gaslighters like Steve. I mean, I'll just withhold the Katie statement there, but they withhold these gaslighters from changing history. So, I mean,
another thing that I'm going to ask you personally, which is, if you were to look at it from an objective standpoint, was your response proportionate?
Oh, definitely. 100%.
May I interject for a second, though?
Go for it.
No, it wasn't.
Having been on Uni server, I can say, yes, Katie did dox Creepshow with her real name.
Well, yeah, we all saw them.
Yeah, we saw that.
And then when she denies it, I don't know how I'm just supposed to sit there and say nothing.
Can you hang on for a second and let him finish the point he was making, please?
She, by the way.
She, yeah.
Thank God.
You probably didn't know I was trans, and this hat is not helping tonight in any way. But sometimes you do get a little carried away, and I get it's your high energy. So what they're saying is, even though your intent may have been good, you were feeding into Katie Joy's rather vociferous haters, many of whom think Steve McRae is a good guy.
Well, that's fine. I respect anyone's perspective there. I differ with it because I don't know how any YouTuber sitting here with 30,000, 20,000 subs is supposed to combat 180 people who are being, lied to. So without the lie, I could understand your perspective, but that's the main reason, you know what I'm saying?
Can I explain it something, even though I wasn't there at the time? I wasn't in the server.
Please do.
The moderators and the admins and the moderators, they decide these types of things.
Yeah.
And Unirock enforces it. That's how it works. I think there were things about Katie being in that server that were really annoying them anyway.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that was the last straw. Yeah.
All right, let's get real. Katie is annoying. She's a narcissist.
Yes.
She is the flip side of Steve in many ways. I don't like her. I don't. I'm going to say it. I don't like her. I took one look at her and said, big nope off the bat. I know you like her, Omarosa. It's a point of contention between us. We're still friends. It's awesome. You're not required to hold my grievances or whatever. But I'm just saying, like, I looked at her really quick and said, big nope. And there, that still doesn't mean that what she's undergone, and how vicious, like that is a whole level of whoa, like just
And so
off the train.
When Unirock enforced it, okay, Rachel wrote, look, Katie, this is all going to pass eventually. You know how this stuff seems really intense now, but it won't be so intense in the future. Just hang on. Uni doesn't hate you, right? And that's her thing.
And if
She
it was
posted
left
that.
at that, if it was left at the announcement, if it was left at that,
she posted it. Katie Joy just
it would have been
revealed that.
fine. Like Katie could have lied, fine.
Mhm.
Let it go. My problem was feeding the haters after that. Uni, you knew exactly what you were doing. You were getting tons of views off of the shit.
Oh,
you
come
knew
on.
that. Because of Creep Show, because of all the other community tea commentator channels.
But
You
if you
knew
look
that.
at the reviews, there isn't. I mean,
Nobody cared that Unirock was going against Katie. They didn't like come flocking over to, oh, Unirock. None of them did that. They all still hated Unirock.
Oh, yeah,
they were
they
just
still do.
laughing at him.
But yeah, the thing is, though, also, Katie was under suspicion of pretty malicious doxing, which I was defending her vehemently for when she did this. So there's even a level of being lied to on that front. You know, I truly think if anyone's to ask me, like, why do you think Katie would do that? Right? Like, because it's not a coincidence that I was editing the video that looked at all of her doxing accusations from the haters, trying to weed out why this doxing accusation is there. Is this just a lie? That because one of them was Cheshire lying. Cheshire had told her, go to my Facebook and use my name. I don't care. Katie went and used it, and then Cheshire called her a doxer. But then there was like several others that actually had at least, I'd say, a moderate amount of backing to it, which would result to light criticism. The problem was, while that is being edited and written and scripted, and she's, for some reason, when I asked her not to, watching me do it, which I don't care. I didn't care at the time. I will care next time. Next time I won't edit it if there's someone in that I'm making a video about. I truly think that her doing that while I'm editing the breakdown of whether or not doxing criticism against her is valid, I think it's relevant. I think that there's a part to her personality where, you know, she wanted to leave my server. She was probably really mad at me for seeing Without a Cited Commentary, part 2, the one I was making at the time. And I think that was her way of dipping. It's like, hey, throw this out. Uni's calling me a doxer in his video, because I did. But I said it in the nicest way, and I tried to give her credence to get better with it and handle people. I played it off as Katie was being sloppy at first, and then that's what she was watching when she went and dropped the. Now, my other criticism against Katie, she'd also dropped a bunch of stuff about Creep Show that were screenshotted. So that was my thing. I'm sitting there with the mods like, are you telling me she could have just screenshotted these 2 tweets that she said she wanted, or downloaded them and uploaded them to the server? Drippity drop, it's done, 3 seconds. But instead, she decided to drop the entire link where when you click it, it's her first and middle and last name. And at the time, I don't like Creep Show. I didn't like Creep Show then. I was one of the few people that didn't like her before all this bullshit happened.
Well, I'm going to be rude and cut in here for one moment. Deshell, holy shit, dude, how you doing?
Hello. Anyway, that's all I was trying to say. You know, I think that there was a more of a social thing between me and her that led to it anyway. But
All right, I'm over this conversation
yeah,
because
me
I
too. But
don't
I
do
gotta go
KJP.
anyway. We can continue it next time, okay? But I do gotta go. Thanks, guys.
I don't want to do KJP content. Not my thing. There's a whole lot of worms there that open up. I don't want to open.
Yeah,
My
the thing
only
is,
criticism was the behavior after the fact. That was my criticism.
well, I don't know any of the people involved, and all you can try to do is try to put a leash on your dogs as much as you can. And the thing is, it sounds like these were dogs that didn't necessarily belong to one or the other, and for a good part of it, and which makes it a mess. Because, I mean, this is the thing is, whether it be making videos or Twitter following or whatever, whenever you have some kind of following on the internet, this is just kind of one of those things that happen as people decide to effectively try to white knight whoever the hell they're a fan of. And it leads to these absolute fucking disasters, and everyone has their friends, everyone has their enemies, and it turns into a clusterfuck. And I think on some levels, it is the responsibility of the person who has the channel, Twitter account or what have you, to try and caution people, don't go out there and trying to be the good dog and go out and randomly bite people on my behalf. You're not my fucking army.
Well, let me just point out, this is kind of
Listen,
why
y'all all are in my entourage. Go ahead.
this is kind of why we're here in the first place. We've all had some issue with Steve McRae.
I'm actually just here to hang out with these.
Yeah,
But-
like that's not the only reason why I'm here.
Well,
in the
honestly,
first
I'm here
place.
because I love Exiled and Spackle over here, but hey. Van's a buddy of too, but yeah, different kind of love there.
But it is the after show for talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want us to speculate on something far more important that has caught my imagination for most of the night. How are any of us connected to Matt Dillahunty?
Well, I can
Drag-
answer.
okay.
I can give you a
Yeah.
really weird answer
Drag.
to that.
2 degrees from me. 2 degrees.
Same here.
I've hugged him several times.
Actually, with me, it gets really fucking weird.
I mean, I've heard some accusations against him that may or may not be true, so...
I actually first started making videos in 2008 under 13 Heathens, going after Scientology during the anonymous protests of the Church of Scientology. Around that time period, after I basically was ready to move on to a topic, I found out that all the people that loved me ragging on Scientology the moment I held the knife up to the throat of their sacred cows, all of a sudden, oh no, I'm the boogeyman. At that point, I started hanging around in some of these ones going after Christianity and some other religions, and that's where I met drag. Now, I initially accepted the term of atheist after one of the shows of Dillahunty's actually referenced Scientology, and it was pointed out to me. So I watched that, listened to the definition. I'm like, yeah, I guess that applies to me. Then later I meet drag in a hangout. I'm like, oh my gosh, is there somebody that's African-American in a hangout that isn't an idiot? Thank God! Represent, please! Thank you! Bless me! You know, that kind of thing. So I love drag to death. And partially because of dealing with me and some of that other shit, drag ends up accepting that title of atheist, so you end up with this really weird loop leading back to Dillahunty.
Hey, I have my own theory about G-Man that everyone keeps telling me is wrong.
Oh, incidentally, just as a footnote, in terms of another connection to Dillahunty, I actually started making videos about... let's see now, my first videos on Scientology were a week after Thunderfoot made his, and about 6 months before Aaron Ra made his first one. So more weird little shit there, and I've been in a lot of hangouts with Ra. So yeah, it ends up being this like circle within circle, bubbles and froth on the ocean side, kind of weird shit.
Zeitgeist.
Aaron Ra did help my college biology class get through that class, but...
He's a good science communicator. Don't talk to him about. Don't get him talking about philosophy.
Oh God.
Oh, I don't
This
even know.
is why I love Arn, because I hate philosophy.
I just said
I like philosophy.
some people were having trouble, and I just said, well, if you're having trouble, just look up Aaron Ra on YouTube and ignore his religious content.
Mm-hmm.
See, Amarose and I can be friends, yet I like philosophy. She doesn't. She likes
Yep.
Aaron Ra. Not a huge fan. I'm not an enemy of Aaron, but I'm not a huge fan either.
Remember, it's Arn.
Arn.
It's like Arnold.
You're a Christian deist. I'm an atheist.
Yeah, there's
According
that.
to Steve, I'm a Gnostic atheist.
You like KJP? I don't particularly. You know, but we can coexist. We can be friendly. We can chill. We can drink a beer together, and it's not the end of the world.
Yep.
Actually, I want to see about starting a weird debate at some point. Van, I'd like you to weigh in on this, though.
Okay.
Aaron Ra's coat, Centauri or Harkonnen?
Okay, that's you're mixing your
Centauri
universes.
from Babylon 5, or are we talking
you're
about
mixing it
Harkonnen
up there.
from Dune?
Harkonnen.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Are we talking sci-fi Harkonnen? Or are we talking?
We're talking the
Lynch
sci-fi Harkonnen from Dune.
No, I'm talking David Lynch or sci-fi.
Oh, let's go with Lynch.
Yeah. It's very biker. I mean,
every time I see that coat, I'm sitting there like, I don't know, are they Centauri or Harkonnen? I can't fucking decide.
All right, stand by. I'm going to take a risk here. I see Orion. Could this be prudent? Let's find out.
Oh boy.
Ryan, is that who are you? Who sent you?
That looks like a prudent to me.
It is.
That's a prudent. How in the world did we get a prudent? How are you?
We did not say your name 3 times. You should not be here.
This is prudent Discord.
I have not talked to some of you guys in like 2.5 years. What is up?
We did not say your name 3 times. You should not have appeared.
Damn.
That was the rule, wasn't it?
I mean, all those rules are from like 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh,
Holy
dude,
shit!
we were actually on. This is a role-playing game related Discord a while ago. Me and let's see, no, it was me and Angry Pumpkin and Nodvik, and we were joking around, and your name came up. Second time it came up, we were all like, "No, nobody's allowed to say it again. He might appear. He doesn't have access to the channel. He'll appear anyway. Don't do it."
But I'd like to point out, if we say Petty Officer Shipwreck's name 3 more times, we win $64,000.
Ooh, what?
I want that.
Someone might have to explain who Petty Officer Shipwreck is.
Somebody
Okay,
that went to
guys, I'm
nuke school.
heading out because I am so tired.
Good night.
Good night,
Well,
folks. I'll
yeah,
be listening.
Grab me on Disco at some point when you and Bri are both up.
We definitely will soon.
Yay!
Bye.
That and I need a safe place to rant about the shit I've been having to write lately. Goddamn. Yeah.
So we know how they're connected, but how am I connected to Dillahunty?
Through us. 3 degrees.
Right, I'm gonna take a risk again. Somebody named Raven has joined the hangout. Do I know Raven? Do y'all know Raven?
I know about a dozen ravens.
I really want to read Cheshire's Tree
One second. Raven, what's up?
Know about a dozen ravens.
I really want to read Cheshire's Tree.
One second. Raven, what's up?
Oh, gotta turn off the YouTube feed.
That might help.
Hey Raven, we don't know you, so we usually have someone come in and say hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay. Am I actually on?
You are, but I always am cautious. Like when I meet somebody, I'm just trying to figure out, who you are.
Well, I was kind of hoping to get on before Exiled left. I am an old school YouTuber, DevShell 2.
Oh, Dev! Holy shit, dude!
Okay. I'm a little bit cautious because when I put out the link, I have to be a little bit careful. I do apologize. I'm always like, oh, who sent you?
Dev, one of my favorite people. Holy crap.
And we know she's not a trans streamer because she's missing her required cat ears.
Oh, no cat ears.
No cat ears. Cat ears is a requirement.
Every trans streamer seems to have them.
I debated whether or not I was going to actually... It took me a long time to decide to come on because I just took my face off because I was on the Breakfast Club live stream tonight. So.
Oh, that's the whole thing?
Yeah, every Saturday night.
Yeah, cool. You make me feel like I should be on his 13 Heathens. Oh well.
I didn't realize that was you right away. And then when you started speaking, I was like, oh shit. So that's cool.
I saw the little message there. I'm like, holy shit, it's Dev! Yay!
So yeah, I know. I've been gone a long time.
Yeah, let's hear it for the OG.
To be honest, to Shadow, I actually didn't know what your status was. I know like you had some. I do remember you did have some health issues. I honestly didn't even know if you were alive, to be honest, until I saw you
Let's see,
on.
3 strokes, expected to go blind within 2 years. Yeah, I'm kind of alive. Or at least that's what they keep telling me. I'm not sure about that.
I'm glad you're still here.
I wanted to address the point from Lauren here. Just because what KJ does is awfully wrong, it doesn't mean what people have done to her is right either.
I see what she's saying. I think that was to me when I said she's the flip side of Steve, and I don't mean that in all behaviors. I mean it in yeah, fair enough. There's a better way to describe it, considering. So my apologies. Yeah, fair enough. I hear you.
Call out the behavior without the comparison was a comment if somebody didn't catch it. I
I
don't
think
know if these are showing or not. I have no clue.
I'm showing it. It's fair enough. Absolutely.
And here's where I'd be obnoxious for a minute. So, holy shit, Dev, how have you been doing lately?
Well,
same thing. Oh, myself.
I pretty well, I guess. You know, I mean, I don't know. I'm making videos. So there's that. You know, every couple of weeks I post a video now.
No, face on or off, you're looking great.
Thank you. Yeah, and then I mean, obviously there's. Hello.
I hope that they're not giving you a hard time like they had been when we last talked, of sitting there claiming that you're not trans enough for them.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, well, I mean, because Peach and I now have 2 kids.
Yeah.
And because I don't know how much.
Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, we have Damon is almost 4, and then the new one is Kai. He's almost a year old. So
nice.
I just like pretty much kicked the doors down and came out officially as trans and changing my name to Raven in June.
Cool.
So.
Yeah, I've been I'm working on the 3rd book, and it's been really, really freaking weird. I was commenting on this a little bit earlier. With the characters in the story, I have one that's a little bit weird on the spectrum, and I'm using this in part as a tool to try to get over some of my own weird hang-ups about things. The character is both straight and gay simultaneously because there's 2 souls in one body. There's this whole elaborate thing going on with it, and I'm using it to get past some of my own weird shit. Because there are some things that you don't really necessarily recognize as being hang-ups or what have you. And seeing as some of this involves, sex scenes between this character and, in one case, with a male and in one case with a female, with different personas in charge of the body at the time. The 2 personas actually being in conflict as to whether they're straight or gay. So they're sitting there going through this whole elaborate thing, trying to figure out where they are and how they feel about this, that, and the other thing. And as I was writing one of them, I'm sitting there writing the male and female. I'm like, okay, this feels perfectly natural. Writing the female and female, I'm like, this feels weird to me. And that took a lot of pushing through, so to speak, to get past.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's like, we all have like, different journeys of like self-discovery or whatever. I mean, every one of us. I mean, nobody goes through their entire life and never having any kind of doubts about who they are. Whether it's, gender, sexuality, work, whatever. We all go through a certain amount of self-discovery, and there's always stuff that we need to make peace with. And like, so I spent a long time, especially like, before the kids came and when I was really active on the tubes, really adopting the non-binary label for myself. And I mean, people would ask me all the time, and people still ask this question, not so much of me anymore, but I do hear it being asked, and it's like, I think it's kind of time to retire the question. But it's like, do you feel like a man or do you feel like a woman? And it's just like, yeah, that's not how it works. I mean, it's nothing that clear cut. But what I used to say was, I don't know what it feels like to be a man. I don't know what that's supposed to feel like. But I do know what it feels like to be treated like a man. And those are, usually kind
Very
of
distinct, yes.
They're very different things. When I, earlier in the summer, started to really put on the women's shoes, so to speak, as a figure of speech, I started thinking, this feels right. Like this is, it's like the water's warm. You know what I mean? It's like this is comfortable.
Yeah.
And the third bed was just right.
Yeah, pretty much, exactly. And it was just like, so no, I mean, I never really knew what it felt like to be a man, because I didn't know what that was supposed to feel like, because I wasn't a man. I was male, obviously, but not a man. This just feels so much more right.
Yeah, testosterone poisoning just wasn't your thing.
Les Hemmings, you mentioned Robert A. Heinlein's book, I Will Fear No Evil in Chat, and that's not really a trans story so much as an old man's fantasy. It's also one of Robert A. Heinlein's worst books.
Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Don't read it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've actually, as I was saying earlier, I contacted an old friend of mine, Tempest Kitty, and was talking with them to have them be able to do a gatekeeper, because I'm like, I don't know what in this might potentially upset or trigger somebody, because when you're dealing with these communities online, it's just like there are so many people that are hypersensitive, and you don't want to alienate an entire potential reader base. And if you're not active in one of these communities or what have you, it's so easy to step on somebody's toes without even meaning to. Now, in my particular case, I mean, I'm writing from the perspective of a female character. And I'm, male writing female character is already one layer of what the fuck, But I managed to pull it off fine in books 1 and 2. And now I have 2 characters that are effectively lesbian lovers, which is even weirder.
Yeah, that's writing from that perspective, writing in that way. Historically, kind of what the fuck. So yeah, usually.
Well, we all know trans people don't have a sense of humor.
A lot of them don't. A lot of them, horrifyingly enough, don't. And they all used to be on Dev's channel giving them shit.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing, and something that I found out back around the time when I came out this summer. I actually had a couple of trans women on Discord approach me and tell me that I cracked their egg years ago. And I'm like, I'm a mom. I'm a trans mom.
Yeah.
And I mean, to have these trans women who are much further along in their journeys than me, and they're strong and they're smart and they're beautiful and they're like, that I inspired them and I cracked their egg. I mean, I'm just like, I was almost in tears. So I was like, that is absolutely a beautiful thing to be told, and I wish I knew earlier. I wish I knew sooner.
Yeah, the just number of layers of weirdness that I've had in this story going through and what have you, and sitting there writing one particular sex scene, it's like, okay, this is fine. Writing the other one, I'm like, okay, I have to handle this completely differently. And the thing that was weirding me out, and Deb, you might get a kick out of this one. Heck, your Porpoise, there we go. You might get a kick out of this too. With the male and female character, with that particular interaction, is pretty normal, cut and dry. The 2 women are actually more romantic. Their first time together was very sensual, just getting to know each other, a lot of talking, a bit of touching, this kind of thing. With a guy who was just like, okay, they want to have sex. But the women actually have a much sturdier, much stronger, much more romantic relationship. And that's the part that was really weirding me out writing it first. I'm like, why does this feel weird to me?
So as a trans woman, I don't want to speak for all trans women or women in general. I can only speak for me. And I know that, I mean, I've been with Peach now 11 years.
Yep.
And without sex obviously has changed because my body has changed. is so much better. Because I mean, I jokingly used to call it girl sex. I was like, oh, look, it's girl sex. But it is so much more intimate. It is so much more romantic. I mean, like things that we did before that we don't even have to do anymore. Like that doesn't even matter anymore. Well, it used to be like that was like the main event is an afterthought now. It's like it doesn't even matter. And yeah, that's like it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just thought it was really interesting that something in the back of my brain was bucking against the idea of the women being the romantic couple. And at the same point, as I started writing it and getting more into it, I'm like, this feels more natural somehow. What the hell? That was the biggest shock to me.
I can't really speak to that experience because I had too much LDS in the 80s and had very unhealthy attitudes towards these things. Honestly, if you know what LDS means, you'll get that joke.
Good Star Trek 4 reference.
This is giving me ideas. I might have to go to San Diego.
Well, it's also a reference to the Mormonism. But
Wait, why are you coming to San Diego? Are we getting another beer? What's happening?
Yes.
Uh-oh. But I do have one.
I can say that Deeds is easy to get into your bed.
Oh my god.
I don't want to know.
I was in Van's bed with his wife. Yeah, we were in bed together. That was true.
I do have one suggestion for your book, Heathen.
Go for it.
Whereas they remain multiple personalities, but each of them realizes they're bi.
Actually, strictly speaking, they are, but each one, if you were to put it on a scale of 1 to 5, one of them's a 2 and one of them's a 4.
And that could be its own conflict.
Yeah, one of them leans much more towards men, and one leans one specific woman, and that one's actually more sapiosexual than anything else. We have one character that's basically, I should say, one persona that's looking for somebody that can be more of an equal, and we have another one that just wants a dick.
That, being largely with identifying with the asexual. Sorry. I
that was great.
Asexual community for the longest time, I've heard a lot of these words, and I think some of these words are just going to be dropped from the language because they're not useful. Because they're still working out terminology.
Yeah. Well, I really, of all the people that I've met, I mean, frankly, most of the women that I've dated over the course of my life have been bi. So people that are bi get a really bad rap to begin with. I mean, even look into the.
About that?
I'll shut up in 1 second.
Okay.
One thing that I've really noticed in terms of that is that you sit there and you look at what's being published, whether it be in movies or books or what have you. They're like, we're looking for books from lesbians, and we're looking for books from gay people, or even trans people, bi people. Nope, not interested. Go ahead.
They're looking for it? Or, I'm sorry. I was trying to understand.
No, the publishing community is looking for books written by gay or lesbian people or trans people.
Oh,
but if you're bi, nope, fuck you. Not interested.
Okay, so people talk about TERFs a lot, which is fair enough. But there's another side too. There is the folks that say never ever trust a bisexual.
Yep.
There's that. That's a running theme too. And also there's another one. What is the other running theme?
This was something.
They're selfish.
They're just selfish. That's another one. And also they're confused. They're actually just gay. Those are the two that I always hear.
One of our lesbian friends, we were hanging out, and she just kind of, I don't know how it came up. I brought up bisexual, and she's like, yeah, that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
What?
Actually, you never trust a bi person trope was introduced to me by a bi
My
woman.
wife's bisexual. She's one of your best friends. What are you talking about?
The reality is sexuality just isn't that neat. And unless you're like really low with libido and just aren't that interested, which would make you asexual, probably you're somewhere between straight. Probably most people are at least a little bi.
Well, the on the Kinsey scale, 0 to 6, I believe.
I'm an X.
0 being 100%. 0 being 100% heterosexual, 6 being 100% homosexual. Nobody's a 0 or a 6, is what Kinsey claimed.
But you can be an X.
Asexual.
Yeah, without interest, right? Of it, and it doesn't do it for you.
Yeah, because for some reason Kinsey didn't include that on his scale.
He didn't go in that direction. He went in every other direction possible.
Yeah.
But he did write about them.
Yeah, I actually, while we were doing the role-playing thing, I tried to teach somebody to take over GMing, and it ended up being a problem. But regardless, they decided to throw in a character that was asexual, and I actually had to have a friend of mine that is ace come and have a talk to them, because ace people sometimes want to be pleased too.
Being asexual doesn't mean you don't want companionship, and it doesn't mean you won't do things just to please what everyone else wants, just because you don't.
Yeah, so that was one of those weird little, like, her notion was that these people absolutely never want any. It's like, no, I brought a friend in there. It's like, no, I occasionally sit there and masturbate because I just feel like it. It feels good. And it's calming.
Shadow Tigger, I will deny ever having said this, but I think that number is too low.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think everybody has a little Mouty sexual in them.
Well, since he's quoting Jello, he spelled it wrong. Because Jello never says Mouty. He says Mott!
Yeah, there is that. But there's yeah, it's been an interesting run with this, especially because I'm writing sci-fi, so the one thing that's been really more fucked up than anything else is I'm having to deal with alien biology. And some of it's pretty fucking interesting. Holy shit. There's a little bit of a gag that was in there, which is that whenever people join the military, before guys go out and leave, they're told to never stick it in a Lunarian, because with Lunarians it actually will prune the tip.
That just reminds me of that. That reminds me of that video of
My mind did not need to go where it just did.
It's disgusting. It's sterile.
Oh my god.
That was the best. Okay, that was a horrendous fight, but that was the best line ever.
I've
I
never
wonder sometimes
heard
if
that.
does he ever look back on some of these things going, why did I do that?
Would pruning the tip, as you put it, make converting to a certain Abrahamic religion easier?
No, actually.
With the
Lunarian male, all of the semen collects in what would be referred to in terms of a Terran equivalence would be the head of the prick. The female at climax has what is similar to teeth inside that'll actually burst the tip and tear it off. That's how they become inseminated. So they are very not compatible with Terrans. With a Lunarian, it just grows back.
It's worse than cats.
Oh, yeah.
They need a dentist.
Yeah. So, yeah, don't stick it in a Lunarian. That is message number 1 to them before they go on shore leave. And that's one that I really think would be great if Captain Kirk went after. Just saying.
I actually,
That sounds like something that would happen in Lower Decks.
I actually watched 6 recently, and I don't know why it stuck in my head this time more than... I mean, I've noticed it before, but the line when Bones looks over and says, "What is it with you?" Finally, it's acknowledged. He's a slut.
Yeah.
Like Captain Jack. I think Captain Jack's hot. Is it weird that I think some gay guys are really hot? Like
Sparrow or
Harkness?
Harkness?
Yeah, Captain Jack Harkness.
Harkness.
Harkness is bi.
Well, Harkness is bi.
He's pan, isn't he? He's like the ultimate pan.
Yeah, he is very, very pan.
I'd like to point
just
something
human.
out. I'm straight. I think Harkness is cute. And a lot of that is the way the character is written, frankly.
So everyone's gay for Bridget, everyone's gay for Captain Jack.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Let's do some time traveling, buddy.
I actually really like Barrowman quite a bit. Man, he has gotten in trouble lately.
What is he doing now?
No, this is from old stuff.
Oh, is it when he like goes mwah on people and stuff like that?
No, he apparently liked to just walk around swinging Willie.
Where?
Everywhere.
Swing low. Never mind.
And he would do things like, my fly's stuck. So people would look.
Yep.
And get the giggles.
Oh, that's
It
not
was-
a good idea.
the way it's described, and described by people he worked with, was it wasn't a sexual thing. It was an immature thing.
Yeah.
He was just getting, sophomore giggles.
Yeah, there is one other thing that I discovered while working on this story, which is a little bit amusing. Is I'd sit there, I'd start writing a scene, I'd get to the fade to black, and my wife would be like, "Write the rest of it. You can have the fade to black in the actual book." Okay.
I'm about done with the penis chomping. Can we move on?
Is it what's this?
Please.
I think we're past the Linarians right now.
I reached a point where I go, okay, you have 10 minutes to argue, Uni and Amaro. I was like,
Thank you.
I gave you your space to have that conversation. I didn't know what was happening until it happened, and I was like, okay, well, and then there's X amount of time.
All right.
No, it's not. And as far as like the penis chomping, well, Kegels are great during,
There's something I want to know.
I actually had to cover that in the last scene I was working on, unfortunately, which is not going to appear in the actual goddamn book.
No
That's
wonder
after
you're
the fade.
trouble. You're writing some weird stuff.
The
kicker is I hate porn.
If we were all to get together and write a 20-page document detailing how we're all connected to Matt Dillahunty
in 9-point font,
we're gonna use 12-point font because we need to be able to read it. Maybe we'll go 24 pages.
Bad dog, shut up.
Can we
9-point
put it on
font
a
is just
thumb drive
stupid.
and then lock it up in someone's safe?
Okay, so what is the Matt Dillahunty?
It came up earlier.
How would we write it?
How are
Who
we
would be our main character?
How are
What
we
would be the plot?
connected to Matt Dillahunty? And most of us here are connected to him through Dragnot.
So-
Actually, Dragnot's connected to him through me.
So
it would
okay.
be a Griffin.
Can we explain the person that's confused?
Sorry, go ahead. I'll mute
There's a
myself.
goblin. There's a goblin woman who is a sidekick for somebody that has
very pleasant.
grievances. She has grievances and with many people, and so does he. Anyway, in her brain, she's decided everyone that doesn't like her master Steve is a troll, and she has now interconnected every single person that they've possibly scorned, and I mean multiple hordes of communities, and they've interconnected them as some sort of weird horde of trolls that are all interconnected in this cabal, and she calls it a Gordian knot, and then they trace it all the way to the ACA and Matt Dillahunty, and apparently it's all their fault.
Actually,
What's a
they
Gordian
are
knot?
very incorrect.
Well,
no,
that's not uncommon.
The point is, we know they're incorrect because Steve has pissed off so many different people over the years.
No, they're all the trolls are connected to Steve.
Well, that's true.
If Steve
No.
did not exist, they wouldn't be having this issue, and they need to make that connection.
It's not his existence, it's the fact that he wrecking balls so many people that
this-
like in so many communities that people have a problem with him.
Is it Steve McRae?
Yes.
I have
Is
no
this
idea
still
who
a thing, Steve
see the
McRae?
name all over.
So
I haven't-
would
You're better off.
our big reveal be we're all Agrippa?
I didn't hear what you said. I thought I heard Agrippa, and I went to Princess Bride for a minute there. I think I was much better off there.
Probably. Ooh.
Death first.
That would be a great ending, like a duel between Steve and Agrippa.
You promised not to hurt him. What was that?
I gotta jump in. Take off. I will catch y'all later. Good to see y'all.
You killed my YouTube community. Prepare to die.
See you, Van.
Yeah, good night.
Take care, man. Ah,
I think Prudence was saying something.
No, I was just asking. That's still a thing, Steve McRae. I remember. Keep in mind, I haven't talked to you guys in like a year and a half. I remember that was such a big drama point back then. So
He's still
Welcome
going
to
around
the
trying to make
after
more.
show. This is the
So
after
he-
show that you're in. Is after show of the show where we highlight his latest stupidity.
He is
I thought
still
we were
creating
both
unnecessary drama by creating it out of thin air. So yeah.
So
There's a giant conspiracy in a Gordian knot, and now you're part of it, and you're a troll.
Okay.
What is a
so
Gordian knot?
basically, it's an endless drama for him, and he's just on an endless crusade. Got it.
Hang on. To answer the question, a Gordian knot is what happens when you spend about 20 hours playing the accordion and then switch over and try to play a guitar afterwards.
That's why I play the harmonica.
You got it. There you go. That's much safer. I don't know. I pulled that one out of my ass.
Hey, I refer to the person that is doing all this as Daddy Dom's little goblin at times. And I probably shouldn't.
You pulled a harmonica out of your ass?
No,
God,
something
no.
much more interesting. I'll just leave it at that. There's my cheap laugh. Actually, the worst part of the harmonica would be the corners.
Especially for the metal ones.
Yeah, as long as you don't... Oh, wait, never mind. That's not going to make sense in this context.
And Steve's still around. Steve's still irrelevant because he's a lol's cow, so people have to go milk him.
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. The thing is, he will go around trying to start fights with people that are not fucking interested in engaging with him at all.
Yeah, he still does that too. Yeah.
That's actually more the poignant thing of why his name comes up, is because he goes out of his way to try to start fights with people that really don't give a shit if he lives or die.
Have some respect, Shadow. A channel died.
Is G-Man still a thing?
Don't know who he is. Right.
Is what? Hang on. Is what still a thing?
Is G-Man still a thing?
Kind of.
He's actually probably taken a seat of all the lolsy people. He's one of the least amusing. But G-Man has kind of become like a staple of Miss Parker and Black Eye TV and sometimes Drag, but Drag's kind of moved on. This is a Gordian knot. That's what that is. And so like Cheshire's going to spin the web that like everybody's connected, which is no shit. Like 6 degrees of Holy Spackle or 6 degrees of Unirock or whatever. Like people are interconnected to some degree. But she's going to try to tie nefarious actors in with non-nefarious people.
I don't know. I spent years trying to bury my name damn near on the fucking net, and I finally managed to get close to it, and now I'm coming up in hang-ups again, and then shit.
Steve's more interested in the people who are actively going after him, which is why he doesn't care as much about me, although I've heard my name on a few of his recent streams.
Actually, let me jump in for a moment, Dev. There's this individual called Steve McRae that came on here a number of years ago that had been a lurker for quite some time. After they came on the scene, they created a Google Plus group called the Great Debate Community, tried to claim that they were the ones behind the original creation of the Great Debate Community, started ostracizing the old guard that were correcting them on it, banning them out of there. Anyone that tried to come into the community fairly new, they tried to bring them in there, claiming responsibility for creating this community to begin with, so they'd feel indebted to them, and then try to co-op and essentially hijack the entire community. That answer your question?
So okay, yeah, the community just kind of evolved naturally, became the thing. And that wasn't the person who actually coined the Great Debate Community. Wasn't that Agent of Doubt?
Yeah, yes, it was. But he's trying to rewrite that history and trying to claim responsibility for the whole shebang, and has been doing this long enough and banning anyone that counters him that he has some people fandangled to believe that he did actually start it. And worse yet, these people are now his avid defenders.
Okay, so now to bring up a different name, to change the subject slightly, because it's something.
Go for it.
It's 2 people actually that I'm curious about. Curious about it because this is a very selfish reason, and I guess I can get into all of it in a couple minutes. So first, Pimp Monk. You guys friends with Pimp Monk?
Not I, said the bear, but my in the Gordian knot, in the 6 degrees of Spackle, and who slept with who, what lesbian slept with what lesbian, I don't know. Like somehow I'm connected to this guy Pimp Monk, but I'd say I'm probably 3 to 4 degrees from him. Where I'm 2 degrees from Matt Dillahunty.
Pimp Monk does not actually ring a bell.
I think pay Prudence to take a shirt off right now.
No.
No.
Why not?
Because no.
Are you asking Prudent this
Anyway, so did you say there was a second name?
Okay, so actually, I guess I lied. There's
Wearing
two
a
more
shirt.
names. So you guys, somebody mentioned Black Eyed TV and Miss Parker.
I don't know.
Okay, so
I missed that completely because background.
They're who are they? Are you asking who?
Black Eye TV, and Miss Parker.
They they are part of the reaction community that react to people like Von Helton, Shanny for Christ, G-Man,
Von Helton's not still a thing, is he?
and do battle with racists like Negs.
I'd like to say no. He's a much smaller blip these days, but there are other people that try to keep him relevant.
Okay, so now,
hang on. Did you remember Matt Bell?
Oh.
Oh no.
Ah,
Are we
shame.
doing a Matt Bell?
No,
take?
no. Just he doesn't know who he is. It doesn't matter.
6 degrees of Matt Bell.
He was a Christian that used to spend a lot of time arguing about the superiority of Christian morality that's recently been busted for having people sexually abuse kids on camera for him.
It's not funny though.
No.
You sound like you're laughing. It's actually
Okay,
not disgusting.
that's not okay. That part was not. I only brought up Matt Bell just like the reference to him because he was always an
The
asshole.
irony of him being somebody that argued over morality is not lost on anyone, though.
Yeah, he always assumed that people were sick and disgusting, especially atheists, and made such a
Well, considering what he was doing, I can see why he believed that.
It's kind of standard though for those people. So okay, so Pimp Monk said he was going to put together a fundraiser to help raise money to put towards my transition.
Well, that's badass. That's badass.
Isn't it? I thought so too, because Pimp Monk. I like Pimp Monk. He's a little weird, but I'm a little weird, so whatever. So I was contacted by a Black Eye TV and Midnight Goddess, if you guys might know Midnight Goddess.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And she told me I was going to be contacted by Miss Parker and Black Eye TV, and that they were going to handle the fundraiser. So I got a message from Black Eye TV, and I'm like, I don't know you. This is weird, and I have no idea what's going on because I thought Pimp Monk was doing this, and I have no idea.
Yeah, it's hard to know, right? If you don't know anybody. Yeah, I could see that being startling.
Yeah.
Black Eye TV is friends with Drag, and is known in the community as a pretty good dude. So, like, yeah, he's legit.
Cool. Good to know.
That's good. Well, I'm glad that Pimp Monk's doing something like that. And did they have you known Pimp Monk for a while?
Yeah. Pimp Monk I've known for a while.
Okay, very cool.
I used to do HIV fundraiser on YouTube way back in the day, and he was.
I remember those
charities. You remember those?
Oh, yeah.
They were good.
Yeah, fun.
Yeah, they used to, and this was the thing is we used to yearly have one for HIV and one for Doctors Without Borders.
Yeah.
It's kind of a shame we stopped doing that somewhere down the line.
Well, I don't know if you know, DPR Jones passed away.
Yeah. Oh shit! That I did not know. That explains it. Fuck.
So I mean, that's why that one doesn't happen anymore.
Man, I hadn't heard of that.
He stopped doing it long before he passed away, though. I don't know why. Yeah. He stopped. I stopped doing the Madness Mayhem charity because the community just got so weird when it came to doing that kind of a thing. People would just attack you, saying that, oh, look at USJW, and why would I want to get involved in such a woke project? And it's like, seriously, it's a charity for AIDS. I'm like, I don't understand what this is, SJW, but okay, whatever.
Helping people that are suffering from a disease that can actually you can live through now. Like it used to kill people, and now with proper treatment, like that's bad. That's woke.
Yeah.
Probably because he sees it as still a gay disease, which is ridiculous.
And I that kind of stuff is one of the reasons why I ended up leaving YouTube.
Yeah.
And I kind of hoped that all that stuff was like kind of gone and done and ran its course. But now from you guys, it sounds like maybe it hasn't. It sounds like there's still some nutcases on here.
It's the thing is the idiots in the room have been getting progressively louder and louder since the damn Trump administration. And yes, I'm kind of laying it on the political thing there. And anyone that has an issue, you know, as far as I'm concerned at the moment, shut the fuck up, because it just got the people that were keeping it to themselves to be louder. It's not that it wasn't there before.
I've had many issues with the Trump administration. I'm not going to stop you.
I'm saying that because there will be people that will watch this, and I'm not trying to start a war because this is not my channel.
Yeah, please keep in mind that I have enough wars. I have
Yep.
I have Rev and Shani on one end, and I have
This is why I'm taking the responsibility on myself, because it's not your fucking problem.
showing the lies of Chesh and Steve on the other hand, and then sometimes I just want to hang out and be normal.
I don't know who Chesh is, and I'm not really sure about like Rev and Shani.
You don't want to know.
Shani for Christ and Revelation News.
I did see a video with them though, accidentally driving off the road.
Yeah,
and they couldn't.
It's supposed to.
Onto the highway.
Well, that at least is a funny video, but like there's so much like abuse and horribleness that like at least that one's funny.
Von Helton is another person in this group.
That is the correct response.
To his conspiracy videos.
B, I love. B's like, I don't do drama. Maybe that's why he didn't know I was around. This is true. Like my videos that I'm most proud of are actually not what I just did with like answering the lies of Steve McRae and how he says I'm a psychopath and I'm a horrible person and I'm part of the dark web and all this crazy stuff that's not true. And I'm just like, okay, I guess I'll respond to this stupidity. And then like and then I go, okay, I'm really excited about this one hangout that I just had with this person and we did an interview and I'm really proud about that. And it's like, oh, you got 50 views.
Oh yeah, that's about right.
But those are the ones I'm most proud about sometimes. Like that's the one where I'm like, and so it is funny how that works. And it is kind of one of those things where people like the dumpster fires here and there. But connection's super important, and it's good to find that for sure.
Well, probably the best, most comprehensive video I ever did has like something like 500 views. So. Yeah, but Sex and Scientology has over 1 million. Go figure.
I love Spackle. Really quick, I just love your videos when you like go after like Rev and you discuss like the Bible and his Christianity versus yours or other people's. I love those videos. Those are great.
Wait, are we going to see Prudence?
Yeah, I try to approach him in a different way. Nikki, does your mic work?
Oh, it's Tom Rabbit.
Oh, wait, hang on. I'm trying to hear Nikki real quick. Nikki, I can barely hear you. It's like you're a little elf far away.
Hello, all. Nice to join you.
Is this Nikki or Tom Rabbit?
Wait, hang on. Welcome, Tom.
Tom
That's
Rabbit.
Tom. I'm trying to get
Place
Nikki
back
to talk
when
to us.
I go way, way, way back.
We do.
Way back.
Can I just say I've watched a lot of your videos involving Darth Dawkins, and every time I watch one, I want to punch him repeatedly.
That's a common reaction.
Yeah,
yes.
Common.
I think it's the only correct response.
Out of all, I'm sorry, Tom. I was just saying, out of all your videos, my favorite one of all time, oddly, is Darth Dawkins talking to the Minecraft kids and them screaming, "Eat raw spaghetti." That is the best one.
That's a good one. Yeah.
So did Prudence take his shirt off?
No, what the fuck?
Why is everybody asking Prudent to take his shirt off? I don't understand.
Because they don't know any better.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Oh, hey, hold on now. I'm not that unattractive.
Prudent just now.
Listen, Prudence, I'm afraid those of us who have a desire to see you with her shirt off have been outvoted.
You have been voted off the island.
Oh, hold on. It's like that famous line in "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia." I'm trying to play both sides, so I always come out on top.
Okay, that's not.
Is that Dex?
But okay.
No, it's not Dex. Can I ask you guys a question?
No,
What's
go ahead.
So, I don't, as you know, we kind of occupy different corners of the community, right? Same community, overall. But
like
we're kind of
game
on
of
the
Discords.
We're kind of on the Discord side, and you guys are kind of on like Hangout side and the Steve McRae side. And we're kind of like, talking. To
We
a
are
bunch
not
of
on
people.
Steve McRae's side. Take that back.
No, not in that sense. I know that. I'm just saying, like, you guys occupy the same, sphere. like a subset.
We
of
actually
it.
are all in several different Discords. Like these are actually multiple communities. But go ahead.
Yeah, Nikki, we can hear you now.
Oh, can you
Yeah,
hear me
so-
now?
So yeah, so occasionally these we kind of collide, you know, like now, or you know,
Right.
people come in and are talking about, oh, Steve this, and I'm like, and I got to be honest, the more and more Steve stuff, and I've actually really tried to understand what the heck is going on, and it's really hard to understand exactly why whoever is mad at who. Keep it all straight in my head. And I mean, do you can you understand how this is really convoluted? There's like so many different like strings going back and forth about different grievances that
Oh, he's spreading himself out there around the community, isn't he? He's in that many different groups now that it's really hard to keep up with his activity and who he's talking to and who he's messing around with at the moment.
I mean, yeah, well, I mean, I don't really know about all the specifics. I've kind of investigated and listened where I could. I mean, to me, I think it's clear that there's fault like on both sides to some extent, right? I don't know. I'm not going to try and quantify like which side is right, which side is, I'm not going to do that.
Which side are you on about? Like Steve against who? Is it uni or?
Oh, there's
what are
just
the sides?
multiple different streams of you know.
It seems to be like Steve against a lot of people he's pissed off.
Yeah, Uni isn't the only one that's commented on Steve. He's just the only active one.
I think the reason why it's convoluted is because you have multiple communities that Steve has issues with, and that's where it's so confusing. And so like you would have to follow KJP, you would have to follow Steve being in charge of a teen moms group. You'd have to follow his beef with Nate Brody and how he hates Nate Brody. You'd have to follow Unirock and how he weaponized Unirock, and then Unirock is now anathema to him because Unirock finally said, wait a minute, you're weird. There's inconsistencies. You'd have to follow how he's weaponizing new groups constantly. Now he's back over to like the T conspiracy groups and stuff like that. He is hovering all over to so many places that you're asking me to like explain in like 5 minutes of why so many people have an issue with Steve and why it's convoluted. It's because he is hopping and skipping so many communities and picking these fights.
And then you have to figure out why people like me had a grievance with him.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, I've seen some things where people said, "Oh, I don't like Steve for this reason," and I'm like, not really.
I don't like him because he's a liar, because he's just lies constantly and then acts like he doesn't lie. That's what my biggest grievance with him is. He acts holier than thou, but he's the worst person for lying.
And I think his main problem with people like Spackled here is Spackled doesn't take him seriously.
Well, that's one of the greatest offenses possible that you can make against a narcissist.
True.
Do you think he's a narcissist, Tom? Like, I know that, like, okay,
Is that a serious question?
Well, the reason why I asked Tom, the reason why I ask is like we don't
before you answer, let me just clarify real quick. You know about like Godwin's law or something like that, right? You know, it means on the internet something
Nazis
like
just pop up. Yeah.
No, it's like, you know, any internet conversation, the longer it goes, will end up with someone like bringing up Hitler or something like that, right?
It's like narcissism now, and is narcissism the new Godwins?
No. I'm saying there's like a Godwin's law when it comes to Steve, that any Steve McRae conversation, if it goes long enough, will end up bringing up a nuke school.
Yep.
Jesus.
You know,
Hey.
I think, Tom, you fill a good niche with the videos that you do from the different Discords or the different channels with Darth Dawkins, but your videos with Steve were excellent. Like, if you can have more conversations with Steve or record him talking to Shamos or somebody, like, please.
That's not possible.
Why did
That's not
Steve block
possible.
you? Why did Steve block you, Tom?
he never said. I don't know exactly. So
Do
I mean,
you
I'd just be speculating. But
do
it
you really
happened
care?
shortly after those videos. I mean, there was 3 videos that I made, right? And those were Steve spending like 3-4 hours on Discord, and we talked to him. And like I agree with him on some things, like, you know, Kyle really fucked him, blah blah blah. I mean, that's not controversial to me. Now I don't know too much about their relationship, so I mean, beyond the basics, like there was a business partnership, verbal agreement, blah blah blah. You know, I mean, that's all objectionable, you know, whatever. But then another thing you talked about was Nate Brody. Now I know Nate, right? I've known Nate from Hangout, just like you have, Spackle, and he seems to be pretty competent. His peers seem to think that he's competent. So when Steve says something like, "Oh, I don't even believe that he has the credentials that he says he does," I mean, that to me just seems just blatantly motivated. That seems blatantly motivated. Now, there's a lot of things that I will agree with Steve about. Like, I'll be full disclosure. I do not know the story between him and Katie Joy Paulson or whatever, but I think that I saw something like he said, "Oh, she's really hot" or something like that, and then she took that as like harassment.
No.
So-
No. It was in a pre-stream, and he was talking about his penis and that she was really hot. And that's why the penis thing came around. So he likes to say it was all sorts of different scenarios that went down, but what it was a pre-stream call. He's talked about his chopper to her, and she didn't like it.
His chopper.
Well, I mean, look, I'll just tentatively like say, okay, acknowledge that. I mean, I tend to not. I don't want.
He's
to
admitted
wait.
that as well. He has admitted that he did that before stream as well. So it's not like it's a he said, she said situation. He has admitted that he was talking about his penis to a married woman before a live show.
This is not the only story I heard like this about Steve, so I think the allegation is credible.
I mean,
he's
I would
absolutely
just,
admitted it. So
I mean, I could grant that, but like, okay, let's say that's true. I sometimes when you hear things, it's has a different like intention, it would seem, than just the word. So I mean, I would just remain agnostic on that, right? So if it was the case, like she made allegations like that, and that was just from, you know, him making the comment that I read or something, I would be like, wow, that's kind of unreasonable. You know what I mean? It's unreasonable to say, hey, you're hot, and then that person says. So if you're saying that's not the case, then that's fine. I mean, I'm not saying that I know all the facts. I'm saying quite the opposite. You know, I'm saying I don't know the facts. You know, I really, really don't. I've tried to understand it a little bit because I mean, there just seems to be a lot of talking about it. So.
Are we
Also, Tom, he has
But
admitted.
I think,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
But I think it's really clear that there is blatant motivation on both sides. Now, I'm not saying that like, you know, one side's better than the other. I'm just saying that like these things are getting kind of it's getting kind of out of hand.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell.
Well,
it's
I
not
will
how
say-
adults behave. Sorry.
It's okay. I will say, Tom, he has admitted that because she had rapport with the co-host Kyle and other people where they could banter back and forth, he thought he was entitled to that too. So he took the entitlement on himself, thought he could banter with her, and she's like, no.
There's a bit of a difference between Carl and Steve, though, as well. I wouldn't mind Carl bantering with me like that, but
Plus, there are at least 3 other women I know of that have similar accusations against Steve, so I'm thinking that establishes, and they may not all be telling the truth, a pattern of behavior. I'm also not going to tell you I'm
creeping on a
on.
woman weirdly. I don't know about that. Oh wait, always.
Somebody needs to like make an hour-long, just all the facts, just all put together, and then just that needs to be just given out if somebody asks for it, right?
An hour at this point wouldn't do it.
No, it really wouldn't.
You would
But
need
the answer-
like
Shadow Heathens, yeah.
like
I-
the 40
Oh, I'm sorry.
The
go ahead.
40-hour Chris Chan documentary someone was spending way too much time on.
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of people jumping in and they're friends with this person, and then they're just willing to just believe, just grant anything that they're friends with their group says. And I not only don't want to do that, but I want to like prioritize not doing that. Right? I want to just really just someone says something, I can kind of like, okay, she said that, and then that's all it should really be until I verified or something like that. But Shadow Heathens, good to see you again. Long time. But Steve, back in the Hangout days, he was actually probably nothing like the Steve that he is now, right?
I don't think Steve's always a terrible person. I'm sure he's done good things. It's just that lately he's been kind of, what's the word? A shitlord?
He has been for quite some time, actually. I wouldn't put that as lately at this point, honestly.
Well, by lately, I mean in the last, I don't know, decade or so.
Okay, there you go. Fair.
I've only been following him for 2 years, and Tom Rabbit had a point. It's like, probably from your perspective, it's like I jumped in. It's like, I got sucked down a rabbit hole I didn't need to go down.
Well, the first Hangout he was in, he was such a dickwit little schmuck that, yeah. That was prior to the whole lyrical days, so I think I might have been during that. Actually, I think it was during.
One of the things he was doing tonight that's particularly disgusting is he was attacking mentally ill people because somehow being mentally ill and depressed is a sign of weakness with Steve.
Can I jump in with something unrelated?
Okay.
You might as well.
Hi, Beach.
We like our beach.
Giving up on the elephant.
I
There
think
will be
one
no
thing is
elephant
clear,
in the
though.
room to not talk about. Damn it.
I
What's
think
the one thing
Steve,
that's clear?
I think Steve is, at this point, this is kind of primarily his content, right?
Yeah.
The whole like appearance of like having a science channel and all that seems to be kind of like no one's. I mean, is anyone really thinking that that's what the majority of Steve's content is?
Well, he
would make a great.
forsook the science, remember? And now he's sort of this self-proclaimed philosopher that doesn't let other philosophers rebuttal him.
Well, and when you watch his old stuff, he is always trying to take control of the conversation, acting like he's the smartest person in the room. That hasn't changed at all. He still does that.
So there was one good hangout that he did, and yeah, he left 5 minutes after I got there, and then it turned into a great hangout. I had to say it nice and trolling.
And I am very shocked at the way he's treated people in the autism spectrum, considering like Bull was supposed to be a great friend of his too. Because he's like, this is a severe mental illness. It's like autism is not a mental illness.
Yeah, that was weird when he said autism is a mental illness. I thought everybody was pretty clear that that's neuroatypical. Like it's not a mental illness.
He actually said that.
He said that multiple times.
So I've got 2 children who are autistic, and they're lovely. They have no mental health issues at all. It's nothing to do with mental health. I don't think, anyway.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
puppy!
I was just
Oh, yes,
telling.
puppy.
I was talking in Discord, and I was talking about. Someone asked about, or maybe I was just telling someone a quote of Steve McRae's from back in the day, and I don't remember many of the quotes. But oh my god, am I in danger here? Do I have to say allegedly or something like that?
Fuck him.
Oh no, I have a Discord bot that will give you random Steve McRae quotes. Give me good ones. I want to add them.
The quote that I recall, and I'd have to go. I don't fuck. It'd take me forever to dig it up. It was something like this. It was, an ex-girlfriend once told me I have the perfect cock for anal sex.
Oh, that's getting added.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the only quote I remember.
Is there more to this quote?
Oh, that's it.
Actually, I'm not sure I want to know.
Yes.
So there's that.
I would love to hear the conversation that was in.
Oh, it's just like a bunch of people late, drinking, being rowdy, stuff like that.
Just because they're talking about anal does not mean that it involves male, so keep that in mind.
But yeah, as far as the hangout days, Steve was just, I don't really have too much to say about him. He was just another person that came in and hung out, and wasn't really anything that
So
people didn't really
update
have
us.
grievances with him, and
Update us about Shamos, by the way.
well, see, Shamos is currently. I don't know if he's Christian. I think he's like not really a Christian anymore. But look, probably depends on which day you ask him. But he's got a job. He's got he had a girlfriend. I think he broke up with her, and he's involved in some other stuff with an ex-girlfriend, and he's professed that it's his plan to kind of live a more normie life. Not so much the Discord debate bro, not so much the boisterous.
So he was basically Christian up until the point he wanted to get delayed. Is that kind of my read of this, or?
I wouldn't say that, because he's gone on some interesting adventures that he shared. But
Is he still on the boat?
No, I think he sold that.
Okay.
But he went through a rough patch, where he was a little probably mentally a little unstable, but he seems better currently. So I guess that's all I have to say.
You still friends with Godless Girl?
I haven't talked to Godless Girl or Shamos. Well, Shamos I talked to a little bit, because they popped up on Discord, but I haven't talked to Godless Girl in like 2+ years, maybe.
Oh wow.
Oh,
That's a big falling out. Like, she was a staple in your group.
Was one of the last things you posted like one of the last times you hung out with her? I think that was when Gus was going after her. That was hysterical.
I don't remember. Okay. But I
think that was probably 2019. Yeah.
Godless Girl, got a little doxy, and I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, I haven't talked to her for a long time. And
How about Helena? I loved Helena. Where's she?
Helena is probably spending time with her beautiful family, and spending time off Discord. But
I really like her. Like, really do.
Who doesn't? Yeah, we all miss her, myself included.
JJ still hang out?
Yeah.
Does he still talk about a brain in the vat?
No, he doesn't really converse that much anymore. He mostly just plays like Tarkov or something, and
Who can he go kill Uni? And Uni can kill him?
Maybe. I wish that all this stuff didn't involve so much escalation and litigation. I think I've known people in my real life whose lives just become pursuing one lawsuit after another, I mean, at any opportunity, right? They get so litigious, and it doesn't seem like it really turns out well for anyone. It seems to like be someone's echoing. I think that's Nikki. I don't know. But you know what I mean? Like, it just, the lawyers make money, everyone else kind of loses.
I disagree completely.
Well, Steve's not gonna win. I mean, like,
No. My wife works for lawyers.
well,
sorry, bad joke. Had to do it.
I mean, you're talking about people with like real cases. You know?
Oh, well, actually, my wife does family law.
Okay.
So yeah, totally. Totally different kind of effect. But
Steve
yeah,
has a real
regardless.
case. Steve has a real case before the North Carolina court system.
He does. I mean, and I think that's a legitimate case. But I mean, I think look, it's just the constant escalation on both sides doesn't. It's not the direction you really want to go. It's not the direction you want to go.
I think I agree with you, which is why I stepped away. But while I think not enabling Steve's narcissism is the best way to deal with Steve, I don't think that's the best way to deal with Reds in Cheshire.
Oh, well, I don't really know too much about them. But I think Steve was right to, pursue the Kyle thing. But what's there to do now? I mean, the guys, that money's gone. That money's gone.
Is the non sequitur countdown timer still going, and what's that at now?
Yeah, that money's long gone. It does seem like sometimes what Steve calls just like some kind of principle or appeal to integrity or something, it actually might just be plain stubbornness.
You mean the principle of charity he misapplies all the time?
No, I mean, like, he says, he'll just say things like, it's not about the money. It's about my integrity. It's about my principles, blah, blah, blah. But I think it's just being stubborn sometimes.
It's about a channel that was more popular than his.
Huh?
I said it was about a channel that had better following than his own that he wanted.
Oh.
That's my take, at least.
Well, his motivations changed continuously, hasn't it? It was he wanted the channel back, then he wanted the money, and now all he wants is to see Kyle in jail. So
Here's what I think happened. Kyle and Steve got together to do the non sequitur show that they didn't expect to go anywhere. All of a sudden, it became the success largely because, let's face it, it was Arn Ra's debate with Kent Hovind that caught most people's attention. And Steve could not behave himself behind the scenes. So Kyle, realizing it was bad for the business, which was doing well for a fledgling YouTube channel, made the right business move and fired Steve. Did he do it the right way? No. But I think after that, Steve basically saw it as his ticket out of that closet. So he has just like this seething hatred for Kyle because he thinks the non sequitur show was his ticket to a better life.
Well, he also seemed to think that he was the thing that made that channel good, which he was definitely not.
It wasn't just him, it was the interaction between him and Kyle.
Yeah.
Honestly, I thought that he was a boat anchor for that whole thing.
I love how now he says it's not about the channel. He just wants Kyle in jail. Like, good for you, buddy.
I don't call him Petty Officer Shipwreck because I have a high opinion of him.
Yeah.
what time is it there for all of you?
1 a.m.
Oh, it's just gone 7 a.m. here.
Whoa.
But I've been asleep. I've just got up, so I had an early night.
Yeah, I don't sleep.
Hence
I
the
have proof.
insomnia shuffle.
Yep. Like I said, I got proof.
Yeah, me neither.
More than 300 episodes worth.
I've been going through them lately. Well, a few of them anyway. I love Tom Rabbit stuff as well, by the way, Tom. I love your stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to be, actually, Spackle hasn't talked much from what I've seen.
Well, you guys take it easy. Be careful, dealing with this stuff, because I kind of worry that, someone will say the wrong thing, and then all of a sudden they're gonna get like this is not exclusive to one side either. But I mean, just like there's so much emotions, and that's just from me, just kind of not even really deeply observing it from outside. So this constant escalation going on, like the fucking lawyers and shit getting involved. I mean, it's just fucking be careful, right? Just be careful.
Even Ruiz money will run out eventually.
I've seen pretty much none of that aspect of it, so yay me.
I disagree, Cherie. I think if Cheshire and Steve could rein themselves in more, they could actually have an excellent T channel and do well at that.
I don't think that's possible. I don't think, like I said in the chat earlier, and Holy Spackle I know saw it, that I just randomly followed Steve like 10 days ago on Twitter. Within 3 minutes, he had blocked me, right? Now, that means that he's literally just like sitting there with phone in hand. And from some other stats that I saw, there's like hundreds of tweets per day, right? Now, at this point, it's probably compulsive tweeting. Like he probably can't stop himself unless his some veins are popping out in his forehead or something like that. It's like he's got this strong compulsion to respond to people, to like say this and do that, to tweet this and that. So I think you guys are all past. Well, I mean, I think Steve in particular is past the point of just like, oh, I'm just gonna like let something go, right? He's I saw that he protected his tweets. Someone pointed that out, and I said that'll probably be, I'd be surprised if that lasted the day. And of course, it didn't. He went public with his tweets again within the same day. Now, you understand that those Twitter for a narcissist represents their narcissistic supply. That's their supply, right? It's like kinking their air hose, right? They're not gonna like just let that happen.
I've never heard you talk about narcissists like this before, because I know that you've always had your share come in and out of community. This is the first time I've ever heard you use this terminology.
Yeah, well, I mean, Darth Dawkins is a huge narcissist.
Oh yeah.
And, he's a, he is actually like a textbook example. Steve, I've always thought was, well, I mean, definitely recently, I've thought that he's a narcissist. I mean, if you listen to me talking to him on that video where I'm talking about his argument, constantly talking about what shows are coming up. We're just like talking about something completely unrelated. Constant name dropping, like constantly, to the point of like it's like weird. Just constantly talking about nuke school, this, I did this, I did that. I'm working on this show. I'm talking to like Fuzz Rana about this and blah blah blah. And this argument was looked over by this person. It's just obvious. Steve is a huge fucking narcissist. That shouldn't even be controversial, right? He's a huge fucking narcissist. I'm a little bit more exposed to like some of the the traits and behaviors of them as a recent, but that might explain it, Spackle.
Just as someone who made it into the Navy's nuke program, yeah, it's a little bit more difficult than not doing it, but it's not that hard.
I'm going to just throw something out there, kind of stupid
Can I
and
just
random.
finish this statement, though?
Please go for it. Sorry.
And the Navy Nuke School does not make you an expert in everything.
No. It was just somebody made a comment earlier that had me thinking, I think if he changed formats, he could actually have a really successful channel. All you need is Steve and Cheshire basically doing the Punch and Judy show, you'd be set.
Was I the one that said that?
No, it just came to mind when somebody said something. I'm like, hey, well, actually, talking about like things that he could do to be more successful.
He does have talent as a YouTuber, and he did overcome his speech impediment, apparently, which is impressive.
I mean,
he did?
As much as I hate to grant him those things, he did do these things. Or he says he did. I honestly don't know, but I don't think he has
what kind of
reason to lie about
impediment
that.
was it?
Do you know, Spackle?
I'm sorry, someone DM'd me. What's up?
Do you know what his speech impediment was, Spackle? Because I don't.
I don't know. I'd imagine he stutters or exchanges words or something. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go, guys. Good talking to you. Good seeing you guys again.
Hey,
Like I
Tom.
said,
Thanks
take
for
care.
the insight, though. It's a good, different perspective on things.
Be careful in the discords. We've seen some of the action in your Discord.
Oh,
Pretty
not
serious.
not so much my Discord anymore. My Discord has had a great purge, and the only people left are quite well behaved for the most part. So
That's good. It got a little intense, some of the stuff that I saw. I was like, wow, like, man, it's
Yeah.
like mental warfare all day, 24/7.
I don't go in there. I don't go into voice chat. I don't interact because I'm afraid.
Yeah, it was like someone's gonna cut a bitch any second, and Godless is gonna dox people, and like I don't know, like that was kind of
yeah,
bad.
no, Godless hasn't been around for years. So yeah, but
That's good because they were toxic as the day as well.
anyways, have a great night, guys. Talk to you later.
Take care.
Bye, Tom.
Good luck in those Discord streets. By the way, Tom Rabbit needs an update. Everybody has a Discord nowadays. Everybody.
Everybody must get Discord. Oh, wait, never mind.
And they're all like different communities. Like they're not all a Gordony knot of things. Like it's all different people. Tom does live in a box. He unboxes every so often and comes out of the box. And then
Well,
looks
he's a
for
rabbit,
lulz.
right?
Yeah, he looks for the lulz. You know, it happens. Hey, sir, late to the party. You missed
Yes.
Tom Rabbit.
Oh, I did. Oh well.
Yeah, it happened. Yeah.
No offense to Tom, but I don't care. I think I've talked to Tom once.
Oh, okay.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Not too bad. Just working out some things I need to work out to mess with Steve.
You mess with Steve?
Yeah.
Wait, please, you. When you say mess with Steve, what do you mean? Because he's going to call you part of the dark web and make crazy accusations.
I'm part of the dark web. Oh, okay. Huh?
Oh, you don't know the latest accusation? It's pretty intense.
Oh, come on. The last interaction between
like,
Sir
I
and
am-
Steve was fucking great.
So wait, I would be part of the group of like Joe Rogan or Ben Shapiro or the Weinsteins.
Oh, the intellectual dark web.
Oh,
Do you know
just the dark web, not intellectual. Okay.
Do you know how Steve accesses the dark web?
I have no idea. Twitter.
He turns off the light in his closet.
Oh.
No, it's not. He doesn't turn off the light in his closet. He turns off the light in his apartment. It just looks like a closet.
Yes, we're getting classier by the moment. Yes. Sir, one of my favorite trolls, and him bringing him into the room that one day and trying to take him seriously, not realizing he was being trolled, is wonderfully epic.
Oh, you're talking about the time when I told him to his ears that I was only going to troll him?
Yeah.
And then he proceeded to argue with me for 2 hours and then said, "You're just trolling me, aren't you?" And I said, "Yeah, I told you I was doing that."
Yep, that'd be the one. that was mildly wonderful as far as I was concerned.
All right, sir. I'll show you this clip just so you're up to date. It's just a really short clip. I'll play the really shortest one I can.
It's all wrong. Maybe discipline of science is wrong, then you're just too far in left field that you're not even on the table.
But Steve, have you considered that the oldest tree in existence?
We're gonna respond to, and then I'll probably hang on. Stand by. I gotta find the thing. I had a clip lined up.
Is a report to say it was murder.
Yeah. Where's the harmonica of disappointment?
Corner to the point the coroner had to call.
Not. If you say these horrible things, people respond, and they're allowed to respond. And you are a public figure, so here we go.
And tell them there's a sociopath fucking trying to change it to murder. And I'm not, he's like, I'm not changing my report. This person is unhinged. And this is that group.
You're allowed to respond.
And Holy Spackle and her little entourage have put his autopsy report. Well, somebody has put their his autopsy report on their webpage. They're supporting this. And this person who put the autopsy report on his webpage called the coroner to try to get him to change his report to say it was murder, such that scared the coroner to the point the coroner had to call Brule's family and tell them there's a sociopath fucking trying to change it to murder. And he's like, I'm not changing my report. This person is unhinged. And this is that group.
I still think Robert Beatty shouldn't have done that, but who's doing this? Does this person exist only in Surrey?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible, but even if it happened, I highly doubt that Steve would have heard about it. Right? The coroner would have been like, "Well, that was a stupid call." Like I would put my profession on the line for a random call.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's accusing Robert Beatty of this, who's retired.
Where are the buggy bumpers? That's all. That's what all I want to know.
He gets a guy that my understanding is he's a guy that really hated Kent Hovind and would try to expose Kent Hovind's hucksterness and I guess some of his shadier dealings financially. By the way, Nikki, you can come back. I had to hide you from stream because there was a playback loop. So what I was playing was coming through back again through you. So I apologize. But I was gonna bring you back.
Well, I'm gonna cut in for one moment. It was fun hanging with y'all, but I've just hit a cognitive wall, so I'm gonna have to boogaloo. And Dev, great fucking seeing you.
All right. Good night.
Where's the button?
Well, I guess his insomnia is over. Maybe he can go night-night.
I'm going to get going too. Thank you for letting me hang out. It was interesting.
Yeah, it was good to see you.
Bye.
It's nice meeting you, Raven.
Right. Yep. I just want to show you up to date, the latest unusual weirdness was over the top.
Someone told me he was really mad about what we did on Exiled channel. Or Exiled channel.
Yeah, how dare people defend themselves when he does horrible things? You're not supposed to.
There are so many. Yeah, I hope he's watching this because I kind of want to make him paranoid. There are so many spies inside Steve's camp that are just there to wind him up and basically inform on him every time he does something. It's hilarious.
They're not my spies.
No, as far as I'm aware, they're just complete volunteers. They just do it.
They aren't. So this whole they're part of the dark web. Not my spies. Serb's winding you up, but it's not mine.
That's not the dark web either, Steve. He has spies too, and honestly, that's just taking this too seriously.
Spies. I guess spies isn't really the right word, right? People that are interested in letting everyone know what Steve does in private.
Oh, well, like down the pipe, like his little plans and conspiracies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't condone it, but there are apparently people recording Steve offline too.
Start recording Steve offline.
Yeah.
If you're doing it.
I don't think that's a good idea at all.
Even if you're a place where it's legal, it's still kind of trashy.
Let's not just. That's really bad. Don't do that. Don't be doing that.
Also, there are details of. Sorry.
Also, sir, how do you know these seedier things? Like,
because I mean, if there is a dark web around Steve, I am definitely a part of it.
oh God. Okay. Well, apparently, Serb is the dark web himself. So there you go.
All right, let me ask this question. Hope you understand it. White hat, gray hat, or black hat?
I mean, when it comes to Steve, I don't think there's a difference. I think you can troll for good and evil at the same time with Steve.
Unless you're blocked, you can't troll at all.
Does that mean gray? I think that might mean gray.
Steve's easy to troll, whether you're blocked or not.
I think for me, it depends on what you mean by troll. Like, there's all sorts of differences in trolls. And if you mean, pointing out things or being snarky, or I mean, it's such a broad range of a word.
Like pointing out he's inept at business.
Or there's just really evil trolls out there that just do horrific things that, it really just depends on the word and what it's used for. And unfortunately, people don't seem to know the difference between hee hee ha ha or something that's really, really bad.
I mean, I haven't directly trolled Steve in a really long time, but I haven't really trolled much of anyone in a really long time. I kind of consider myself now an arms dealer. I just make really good trolls and really annoying arguments and comebacks to people that deal with people I don't like.
I may not like Steve, but he's not worth hating either. His life's kind of sad.
But he needs it.
I would say he deserves a lot of it from what he's done, but does he need it?
Yeah, he needs it. I mean, if he didn't have it, he wouldn't have anything else.
Oh, okay. I'll grant you that point. So, are you better at trolling Steve than Agrippa is?
Well, I'm going to say yes. I am much more like a scalpel, and Agrippa's much more like a hammer.
Also, have you been accused of being Agrippa?
Yeah, I have. I've been accused of being Agrippa quite a few times.
This is why I don't have Twitter.
That's just because Agrippa comes in on sock after sock and just swings his hammer around at anything that stands in the way. Anyone they don't know is Agrippa until proven otherwise.
So why does he think you're malicious?
Because, the first time that was said was right after I told him I was going to troll him, and he got trolled for 2 hours, and then he realized I was trolling him, and I said, yeah, I just told you that. It made him look really stupid, and it made him lose a bunch of friends. And from that day on, I was not allowed to talk to Steve.
And can you define what that trolling was?
Yeah, it was, if I remember correctly, it was an argument about what is or isn't a valid appeal to authority. And all I was doing was saying a valid appeal of authority is actually just an appeal to evidence. So we shouldn't call it an appeal to authority.
Logical fallacy, using a logical fallacy, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to come up with the wrong answer. It just means there's a flaw in the structure of your argument. If you're saying this person is right because you're authority, that's what the appeal to authority fallacy is. And why am I explaining this? I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't even really... I mean, our argument was about the appeal to authority, right? It's not like we were making other arguments and then appealing to authority. But yeah, I was agreeing with Steve. Steve didn't realize it because all I was doing was rephrasing what Steve was saying.
Well, yes, but Steve has to be right. That's the important thing.
Yeah, I would have had to repeat verbatim what he said in order for him to be satisfied. Yeah.
And some people just aren't cut out for that type of argument. I don't like engaging in it personally, and that's just me. And I think Steve may be one of those people, but he's not being honest with himself.
Well, okay, so with Steve, any little thing he could take offense to, you were a troll. Anything. Like when John was going to start up his own like YouTube channel, and John described how, he was going to do the channel, what was the reason for it, what he wanted to do. I made a comment under that video saying, oh, it sounds like just like how Kyle described the Non Sequitur show, how he wanted to do it. I got 3 messages from Steve and his Great to Beat community channel, calling me a troll, calling me a POS, calling me all sorts of things. And I'm just like, dude, this had nothing to do with you.
Well, as someone who devoted... Sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I muted so you could continue. As someone who devoted an entire show to him every Monday, I can't say my intentions there were to do anything other than make fun of him.
Yeah, I don't know if criticizing or comedy is the big H word that he's trying to throw out there. Like it's one of those things where I'm like, okay, buddy.
Well, I only made fun of him because he was actually kind of dangerous, and some people took him seriously. That may piss me off.
I don't know if he... most of what he does, I don't think is dangerous. Right? I think the way he's dangerous is if he ever got traction on anything. Like, he does kind of have a cult leader mentality about him.
He has a cult of personality around him, yeah.
Turns out it's really easy to do as long as you can get new people to look at you and then filter out anyone that goes against you.
Well,
Any YouTuber... Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it's weird too, like to have people like say like pretty horrendous things, then bubble up, and then they have the platform, and they're like, I've said these horrendous things from my tower, and now you're condemned with this horrendous thing, and then you're not allowed to rebuttal it at all, right? And then you go over to your own thing and rebuttal, and it's like, like it. I don't know what they really expect.
Yeah, but I probably did carry it a bit too far.
Yeah, I can't only talk about this stuff. Like, this is very unusual, like one-off kind of thing, that like, yeah, I can't do this all the time. Kion's here again. Oh, Kion. I'm shocked to know people didn't support Batty when investigating Bulls. Okay. I don't know why you're shocked. I don't know why you decided you wanted to dehumanize people and think that we have no empathy and we're psychopaths. But if you're all or nothing thinking, Kion, go ahead. Like, I don't think that that's shocking at all. There's plenty of people that don't support that thing.
Kion, the reason I didn't support it is because I don't necessarily believe it now that the autopsy report has come out. I thought Bull's death had all the markings of a suicide.
That's your opinion, and like that's what some people theorized. I think that it's dangerous to theorize that because maybe he didn't like if I just family, like it just it's a mess. I wouldn't.
Well, we don't know, and I'm going to go with the official coroner's report now because that's the official record.
Yeah, well, don't hurt people, right? But the big M word that Steve threw out, I'd probably not what he was looking for. But he before Bull left this plane of existence, he did apologize to some people and said goodbyes to people, and that's why people wondered. It's not necessarily that people are just mean and stuff. So I can see where the wonder comes from, but like it's
I'm kind of thinking that Kion is kind of mixing two things together, where Uni is kind of going after that group for their fraudulent fundraisers and questioning them, like the one
Maddie
for
thing?
Bull's, well, the one for Bull's funeral, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then here comes Batty doing his own thing. Batty does his own thing, and I think maybe Kion is kind of mixing that in, thinking that it's all part of the same thing and people support it, but that's not the case.
Yeah, could be. Yeah.
What I don't get is what if someone like Steve, right? I mean, this would apply to all sorts of things, but someone like Steve.
Citation needed on Uni's followers there, Kion. Again, Batty.
I mean, I would that be funny, but someone like Steve gets an harassment order, platforms he was convicted of rape once, right? The one guy, I forget.
You mean Morden?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's currently under, or was at least under, indictment for molestation of his daughters.
Yeah. And I'm usually not for the not platforming people argument, but I think in the case where they're already convicted and then they're under investigation for another one, you shouldn't give them power, right? Because they may actually be guilty. They could use that for bad things. But so you got those two things. He ostracizes himself from like the more famous, well-established portion of the community with Matt Dillahunty and Aaron Ra. He has this giant blow up with his quote unquote business partner. And did I say the harassment order? Like, he has all these things. How is he not completely toxic to everybody?
Pretty much ends up being completely toxic to everybody, which is why I think Steve McRae is one of those people who can't see that the common factor, and everything he does is Steve.
But what I'm wondering is, how many of his followers are hate followers? Right? That's like...
I know he has one less after I stopped following him. But the YouTube algorithm doesn't care whether someone's hate following you or just following you because they like you.
Well, that's true.
Well, there comes a point where leaving the dead alone in this case can be helpful because you're trying to avoid causing pain to family members, things like that. I think that's kind of the way to go. My opinion. But Batty is his own agent. Nara brings a good point. The smashing of Bull's computer. That was really weird.
Yeah, especially since all I needed to do was destroy the hard drive.
It was very odd.
Now, I get wanting to destroy the hard drive after someone dies to protect their data privacy after you have all the data you need from them, like their insurance and whatever. But I don't know why you would destroy the entire computer when you just need to destroy the hard drive.
It's just odd. I don't know. It's one of those things that was just odd.
Well, I mean, are we sure it happened?
We don't. We actually don't. It's something that I think, wasn't it Reds that tweeted it out or something random? It was bizarre.
I mean, this is completely a conspiracy theory that's thought up off the top of my head based on what I've heard. Is it possible that someone stole it and then said someone smashed it, so no one would ask questions.
Well, then Kion, maybe he should have made it more figurative sounding because it sounded literal.
I don't think smashing the computer sounds consistent with Red's character.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Well, I think fraudulent things are also consistent with Red's character.
But I don't think very highly of him.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Oh, nothing much. I saw this was live. I saw Serb in here. I was like, okay, fuck it, I'll come in.
That's a terrible reason to come in.
Well, maybe, but you know.
Serb's a malicious troll, don't you know?
Yeah.
It was really the Holy Spackle and Omaros.
What's that?
I said it was really the Holy Spackle and Omaros.
What? I missed that. What was me and Spackle?
I think better reasons, I think, is what he was trying to push.
She.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what is that? What is that noise?
That is the sound of a soul leaving the body.
What noise?
No?
Also, what is with this resist thing? I don't know. Like resist.
Holy Spackle is the leader of the Rebel Alliance.
That's right. After Princess Leia died, I had to take over.
Oh man, someone needs to like
Subliminal messaging here. Just
After Carrie Fisher died, or after Princess Leia died in the last movie?
Yes.
Basically both.
I don't disbelieve stories just because they come from the source, because that would be the genetic fallacy. But if it happens to be either not really all that outrageous or consistent with their character, or there are multiple confirming sources, I tend to believe those things.
Yeah, I mean it's only fallacious if you try to make it a definite, right? You could make an argument with it that it's likely, or more or less likely.
What is it?
Because I would say I've become more slowly convinced that the Empire were actually the good guys. They were the ones who brought order and stability to the universe.
Oh my god, he's going to start making arguments about why planets need to be blown up.
Yeah.
Planet, okay. Blowing up Aldron was a step too far. Fair enough.
Look, order's all fine and dandy until you're not allowed to be chaotic at all. And then it's a nightmare.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance. You need to be killed. Just take her away or something. I don't remember the exact quotes. Been a while since I watched. The original trilogy.
Kion doesn't have everyone blocked.
The Jedi were a deranged cult. They needed to be stopped.
Well, I mean, yeah, like the Sith was actually. Well,
no, they're both stupid. They're both awful. One's like, I'm just going to ignore every fundamental thing about me to be like this weird pseudo-Buddhist monk thing that cuts people in half. And the other one was, no, embrace all the negative emotions and destroy everything. They're both stupid.
Don't know if I read a fanfic. Why am I arguing Star Wars? This is not what this stream is about.
So I really wanted, this is what I really wanted to happen. And I was so disappointed. I wanted Rey to become a true, like Taoist type Jedi thing. And that she was embracing the dark and the light, because that's what it seemed like it was going to. And I was like, okay, I like this part, some Jungian kind of stuff and some Taoism kind of ideas, okay. And then they just completely made her into Luke Skywalker 2.1 or whatever.
I don't think Rey was anything like Luke Skywalker, considering Luke Skywalker had to train to become the person he became. You know what I mean? Rey just seems like, I don't know, Mary Sue right out of the box.
J.J. Abrams wrote his stories badly.
He also had a lot of lens flares.
Not to go back on the subject, but it seems like Shadow agrees with me. It's a very interesting piece of information. Red has Bull's old computer. The fact that Astro has Red's old computer supports that fact.
Reds
Yeah.
has Bull's old PC. The fact that Astro has Red's old PC supports the facts.
That's odd.
So, do you really think Reds would destroy Bull's old PC?
No, because it would have been the guy that actually drove there that would.
No, because as a computer engineer, he should know what I know, if Reds is telling the truth about being a computer engineer, that all you need to do to destroy the data on a dark computer so it's irretrievable is just destroy the hard drive.
Okay, I don't remember seeing Uni suggest that, Kion. You're making a lot of big jumps. Are you sure you're not? Are you sure you're not repeating what you were told?
What in the fuck am I reading?
Actually, I have heard Uni suggest that, but I don't really want to get into it.
Okay, that's wow. Okay, if I remember, Bull just had a heart attack. Maybe, I don't know. It's been a while since I've nerdmeter hitting 10. I guess Han's not kept up.
Now we're being extra mean.
Keep in mind, Uni's methods are to get a lot of information from different sources, and one of the things he's not really good at is fact checking.
Like here I am, like throwing out a conspiracy theory that baby someone stole Bulls, and then maybe it's Reds, and then Blue's out there going, yeah, and his body sucks too.
I mean,
I would. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say, isn't Reds a beanpole?
Yeah.
Like very skinny, very tall. I don't know. I would
don't know.
describe him as having the body of a giraffe and the mentality of a chihuahua.
Okay, what is that noise? I keep hearing that
It's
noise.
called a cricket. That's a cricket.
Well, that's a hell of a cricket.
Of course, city folk wouldn't understand what a cricket is.
Wait, is that when I'm? Do you hear it when I have my mic open?
It's Amarose.
No, I think it's me. Sorry.
Yeah, it's crickets.
It's because Amarose is in the hottest hellmouth of America, and at night she walks around outside, and you hear crickets.
I mean, I know what crickets sound like. I do have them outside my apartment at times. Good thing they're not sounding now, but yeah.
So,
doesn't she live in my hometown?
Prudence, we're not going there, okay? Just
Okay.
shush. Shush.
Prudence just
I
tried
can't
to
remember
dox
what
you.
I was going to say now, so I'm going to mute.
Yep.
So how about
I remember. It was about Uni. So Uni knows I criticized him like a year and a half ago or more, telling him he goes off half-cocked, and he does. He still does. That's the most annoying thing about Uni. It's like you're just rambling. People take the shit you say the wrong way because you're not actually talking about facts. People don't understand that it's your opinion. They don't understand that you're just rambling. You're just going off half-cocked. That's a problem. So knock it off. Get your shit together. Put together like an actual stream so it's coherent, and then people wouldn't have a problem. Well, maybe they still would, but I mean, come on.
So I think when I've asked about this, like how come it's put together this way, I think the response was like, well, you're seeing his thought process as he puts things together and stuff like that. Because I remember being frustrated with a lot of the stuff that was being said about like, the old guard in GDC and how things transpired and stuff. And I remember trying to explain, and it was like a wall like that you just couldn't penetrate or explain. Like he had to go through all his thought processes, even inaccurate, live until he got to the actual truth. And you're like literally watching him go through all the thought processes and the investigations to where he gets to the point of where he goes, okay, this is what I think actually happened. I think that's what is they say is happening. And I don't know.
Well, you know what? I mean, that may be a little irresponsible, but I think that's okay. Like if you're actually saying I'm thinking out loud and then going through it, I think that's fine. At that point, it would be the problem of his audience running with it.
So, Uni, there's a point where you can support the work that somebody does, and when they cross the line, people say, we don't support this. There's a huge difference in that. Just saying, Kion.
Kion's making a lot of assertions with like no evidence, by the way. And, you know, being that I'm part of the dark web and I'm part of the all those weird accusations that Cheston put out. Like it's really hard to take you seriously, buddy. Like it really is.
Like every female who's ever criticized him who he couldn't find anything else for, you're severely mentally ill, and there's one other criticism he had. I think I'm getting you confused with his criticisms of Beatty.
Yeah.
But apparently you're behind Beatty being Beatty.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Don't interact with the dude. We have summoned a wild Kion. Hey, Kion, what's up?
Hello, everyone. You're over here.
Alright. Alright, I'm invoking just the tip on Kion. What that means is the rules are that people do not dogpile him and abuse him. Have a normal conversation like you're at the dinner table. Be good.
Okay, thank you. If you remember, maybe some people remember this on Twitter. Well, that was long ago. I remember seeing people supporting Robert Beatty for anything that Steve said about him or the conversations they had, or when people said that he was being harassed by Steve and all of that. It's kind of strange to see that now people are saying, oh, Robert Beatty is creepy now. It's because he was talking about Bull's death and all of that. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't understand it, because there is evidence of people supporting Robert Beatty, even with
Alright, which people?
with the things that he said about Bull.
Which people? There's a lot of people. So which people?
Unirock's followers. Unirock followers.
Even Unirock's followers
are
are
you-
so divided. Which of those?
That's not true. That's not true.
You think they're a big unit of like one?
As I see it before, well, that there was this big community, this kind of community that I don't know if it still exists. But I can easily find tweets talking about Robert Beatty from 2020 from anyone. And you're going to tell me if that's true or not, that people support Robert Beatty. Because I remember that people were even where they were inviting him to talk with Nate. So
With
now,
Nate?
now people are denying
With Nate?
that.
Nate Brody?
Look, Nate Brody. Yeah.
I don't recall that.
He was invited. Oh, okay, fine.
I'm saying I don't
By the way,
recall
Omar
that.
Rose, hold on. By the way, hi Omar Rose, how are you?
Hi, Kion. Long time.
What's up? Yeah, it's a long
So
time.
I think we have to differentiate. Like, people do support the projects that Beatty does, but when he does cross a line,
What
people
people?
say, "No, you cross a line."
First of all, stop. What people?
Well, I haven't seen tweets from January 2021. Sorry.
I think he does have. He did have support. Wait, one really quick. Like, he did have support for like what he did with Ken Holland, right?
Right.
People thought that was, he did good work on that.
Because
When he started, looking into Steve and stuff, people thought, well, okay, yeah, he's doing some good work on this. When he went to Bull's stuff, people were like, yeah, dude, you crossed the line. So I
haven't
don't know
seen
if you're
people calling
differentiating
him.
between.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Amaros. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I don't know if you're differentiating between. Yeah, he does do good work. People do support that, and they can also call out the shenanigans that he has done. But they can still, if they do support him, they can still support him and call him out, or they say, you know what, you crossed the line. I don't really want to follow you anymore.
Because I remember on in the first week of January, and I was still on Twitter, and I called him out immediately. Nobody joined me. I don't know for which reason. Actually, I never asked anyone to join me in calling out Robert Beatty. I was the first person that did it.
There were plenty of people who thought Robert Beatty went too far. What are you talking about?
Yeah, even Agrippa in January said Beatty was going too far. But of course, Agrippa did it in private, so fuck, he must have supported him, right?
Yeah. I said Beatty's pretty weird. I'm not touching that shit. Am I obligated to touch every piece of shit that Steve turns up? And be like,
can I push back on something else here real quick, please?
Yep, go ahead.
Has Robert Beatty gotten anybody's rape report? The police report from somebody's rape? No. That was EKC. Have you called her out yet, Kion? Have you? Didn't think so.
No.
Yeah.
I do think Cheshire's
I
obsession
found-
with Kion is weird, but I don't know what that has to do with anything to her.
Okay,
Okay, I'm having deja vu. Just
I'm
saying
not
that.
going to
Deja vu.
hold on. I'm not going to talk about Cheshire. I'm not here to defend Cheshire,
I
Steve,
didn't say anything about Cheshire.
or any of those people. And let me tell you something. I made a video that I only showed to Crafty Killa. And I told her after hearing what she said about her doxing that I'm not friends with any of them. And that is true. The reason why I was talking in favor with them, none of that is my personal thing. You know, and all I'm saying is, please don't break this. If you saw me talking with those people, it means nothing. You can ignore me, actually. All of this. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I honestly don't think anybody here cares who you talk to. The accusations that you're currently making are about us and who we support. And we've told you, at least for everybody's here, so for at least the last 6 months, everybody's thought Beatty has crossed the line, especially when it comes to bull stuff.
Show me a tweet of that. Show me your tweets.
I don't need
Oh my
to
God.
tweet
The
at
world-
Robert Beatty to not fucking agree with him.
The world doesn't revolve around Twitter.
No, stop. Okay. I don't tweet and interact with Beatty. I just don't. I did ask him just recently on Twitter. Finally,
yeah.
I said, "What is your intentions here?" That's what I did. But
Most
I
of
knew
the
that
interactions with people.
other people like Agrippa have challenged Beatty, and I let those people handle Beatty. I don't. I leave him alone.
But by the way, you said a moment ago, Sparkle, that you were asking people not to dogpile on me.
I
Are you going
apologize.
to honor your word?
All right, let's try to bring the emotion down a minute.
Yeah, can I take a second here then?
Sure.
Or not? So I've purposely stayed away from the Steve and Kyle stuff because I didn't like the show. Watched a half of one episode, didn't care. Didn't know who Boole was. I heard everyone talked about him, didn't care. I have no clue who Beatty is. Do I need to show you a tweet? In
No.
order for you to believe me that I don't support something that I'm just completely unaware of?
Because I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are, but all I can tell you is, well, yeah, this community that is very united by many people that hate Steve, or they say they don't hate Steve, but in some way they're talking about Steve's interactions with many people are always most of them were in support of Rod Beatty. And it's strange to me to know that, after many months, nobody was talking in favor of Robert Beatty because of this.
So what makes you think that suddenly somebody would finally say something?
Because I was, let me tell you, I was still there on Twitter for a few months.
Okay.
And then
let's say you're the original Beatty caller outer. Okay. Let's say that. Okay. Why do you think some people finally have responded to this? Do you think?
Hello.
Hey, Randolph. I'm just wondering what motivation you might attribute to it, Kion. Have you ever thought about that?
Because this is something that looks really bad in this community. To see people who support this kind of behavior,
They don't. Nobody in this room supports this. Nobody.
I've said multiple times Beatty went too far in doing this.
Yeah, so here's the thing. That Steve gets this wrong, too. There isn't a group against Steve. There's a bunch of small groups that are against Steve and a bunch of loose people that are generally just around that are against Steve. Right? There isn't a monolith out there that's anti-Steve. The only thing we come together on is that we all think Steve's stupid.
Well, I don't even think he's stupid, but...
Okay, and you're entitled to that opinion. I was of that opinion too months ago. And yeah, I was... I don't know why I was very happy with this interaction with people saying things about Steve because in some way he affected us all. But you know something? I changed my mind about Steve, and I thought, no, I had enough of this. People talking about Steve all the time, and of that, and not only that, they talking about Steve's friends, and even attacking, and then for no cause, for the only reason of being friends with him, I think it was pretty funny in the first year, at least for me, it was okay, because Steve was talking about Gary Joy. Well, he was talking about many people. Then I changed my mind about that, and I said, you know what, I just can't with this. I just can't keep talking about Steve, because it looks really bad for me.
Is that the philosophical definition of friend?
Randolph, that's that. I don't even.
I liked it, but I think this is going to derail.
That's moving on. Some shit. But I respect that you don't want to make YouTube content directly addressing Steve constantly. That's great. That's awesome. Nobody wants to do that.
Yep.
Nobody wants to do that. Okay? Now, here's a question. Steve had me blocked up until the beginning of this year, when he unblocked everybody. I've had precisely one Twitter interaction with Steve in the last 3 years. How long did it take Steve to block me?
I guess for
10
few
seconds. Yeah. 10 seconds.
Because I experienced that too. Yeah.
But then, a few hours later, somebody came along to that Twitter thread and responded to me in that same Twitter thread. So their responses were tagging me and Steve. So I was getting notifications. So I was responding to this person because they were a rational person who honestly wanted to interact with me, unlike most of the people around Steve. So I thanked them for that and went back and forth with them for about 10 tweets. Steve's reaction to this was to, from behind the block, call me an insane person, and start posting mental health crisis numbers and other things, trying to slander me.
That what?
Yeah, you can go look. It was last Wednesday.
This was
This was last. This was last Wednesday. This was Steve's poll about should we believe victims or should we not, or some other distasteful bullshit, in which I told Steve that he didn't believe the shit that he was tweeting because if he did, he wouldn't have let Chesh ruin 20 years of advocacy work by somebody else based on a fucking lie.
Okay, calm down. I just want to say this. I'm not mad about the people that criticize Steve now because first, no support for Steve. You know me. I have been like this for 2 years. 2 years. I was going after Steve. No, I don't. But now, I can tell you, I'm not supportive of Steve Gray, and I don't do content about him. But I also
fine.
question the things that people, and I also question the things that people were saying about Steve too, because Steve. Let me tell you something. I know Steve is a sick fuck, and he's a liar. I know this. I am aware of this all the time. The reason why I decided not to talk about Steve and not to do anything about him, and even getting close to him, was because I can forgive him, and I forgive him.
I got you.
All the things that he said about me.
You can forgive him.
He
said things about you. Hey, hang on. Has he actually genuinely ruined your real fucking life?
He hasn't.
Okay. The reason that I get upset is because a very good friend of mine had her real life torn apart and destroyed. 20 years of work that she had been doing, gone. From one statement from fucking the trash goblin. And Steve ran with it. And also promoted this fucking lie that she made up out of fucking nowhere. And it ruined my friend's life. It caused another woman to not testify against a pedophile priest, so that guy's out on the street. It caused that same woman to attempt suicide, and it caused my friend to almost commit suicide. These are very real things. That's why I get upset.
Okay, I can understand that you could be upset about Steve and the things that he said about people. I understand. I just can't.
He engaged publicly in
criticize
sexual
him.
harassment. He's garbage.
Yes, we know. That's okay. It's okay. You want to say that, but he doesn't have. I think that I'm talking with people that, in some way, Steve affected their lives. He didn't affect my life, but let me tell you something. He was saying 2 years ago that I'm a transphobe. He said that I'm a transphobe because I attacked Demi and Sarah Michelle, those people who are actually not friends of Steve, But at that time, they were friends of Steve. Yes, this did affect me at that time on August 2019, 2 years ago. I felt very terrible. You can ask to Omaros how I was feeling because of that, because she witnessed that too. I know, but you know something. And then a year ago, on August 2020, he was saying with many people that I sent CP from Cheshire. Amazing, because Cheshire is like 30 years old. She's not a child. But he was saying that I sent that I bomb bombed her. You know what I did after those 2 years of hearing the most horrible things about me from from the mouth of Steve McRae, I forgave him. That's what I did.
Did you forgive them because you converted back to Catholicism and you felt like you had to?
No, this has nothing to do with me being
Okay,
Catholic again.
I'm trying to understand because I noticed that you changed back to Catholicism at the same time, and in
No.
Christian theology there is a call to forgive, and what happens a lot of times is people are forced to forgive their most heinous abusers, and that's why I'm asking.
So I'd like to point out that you can forgive people and still hold them accountable to protect others.
The thing is that I cannot stop Steve of doing this. He will keep talking with more people, and he will keep attacking them, all of them. Even there is a guy there, moderate extremist. He was one of the people that were attacking me, and he also said he was sorry when I was talking with Jesh and all that crew.
Do you think that
He
forgiving
said
him
that he
will
was-
help? Do you think forgiving him will help direct him to do the right thing?
I'm not sure, but that's
I
the
think it'll
intention
just encourage him
of
to
my
continue
words.
with what he's doing.
You do know that a lot of us took the role with Steve where if we saw something that was messed up, we'd push back on it lightly and then let it go. And an example would be what happened with Hillary Pugh, and then it happened again later on down the road. And then you go, when you show somebody mercy or grace, or you want to believe the best in them, and then they bite you again, it makes you regret showing them mercy and grace. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know about Hillary Puck, but
Or when you someone murders someone and you forgive them and let them go, and then they murder a second person. You could make an argument, yes, but they'll just keep on stabbing people and get away with
Yeah,
it. Well,
he will
yeah,
keep-
until enough people try to stop them.
Well, here's a
I
thought.
understand that. I understand.
The fact that you can grant forgiveness, you can also revoke forgiveness that you've granted. You do have that option.
And I won't do it. And I have the option, and I won't do it because I was planning to make a stream to say that I want nothing to do with this community. That I'm done with this back and forth with Steve McRae, and it's just ridiculous, in my opinion. I don't know what you think of this. Even some people, their content depend on what Steve McRae does every day, and it's so sad because my channel doesn't depend on him. I'm completely independent from this community. I
That's
used
good.
to have ties with this community, but after seeing the things that happened from January, since Bull's death, and how far they were, especially Unirock's followers, it just makes me wonder if I want to continue with this, and I said no. Even months before that, months before Bull died, I was questioning everything, not just atheism, because I was an atheist, but it wasn't Steve who played a role in my deconversion. It has nothing to do. However, forgiveness, it did came, yes, from my perspective as a Christian, but I didn't want to go back to Catholicism. It's because I was not convinced about atheism at the end, after seeing on the conversations. But that's fine. I'm not going to attack atheists in any shape, form, because I have atheist friends.
I have a question here, though. Okay, so you forgave Steve, correct?
Yes.
So now when he goes around and says horrible things about you, you don't push back, right?
And I don't. And he will keep doing this. Trust me.
Yeah, he's going to keep lying. And the problem is now that after 2 years of lying about people, people are finally just tired of going, well, we'll be the bigger person. We'll just let him lie. Because the larger community outside of Steve and outside of the people in this room starts believing the shit that comes out of Steve's mouth. So then when you go to make a video, or you go to just have a nice day on your Twitch channel, or you go to tweet something, now you have 50 people coming in going, well, Steve said this about you, you're a horrible piece of shit, go kill yourself. Or you start getting fucking phone calls.
See, I have this experience that echoes what was just being said here.
Yeah.
About a year or so ago, Steve did a video about one of my websites, and it was a very angry video. He was very angry through it. A couple of critiques were good, but most of it was just garbage. I thought he just needed to get it out of his system, so I just ignored it and let it go. Then recently he did another smear video against
best,
this time it's like, no, I'm pushing back on it, and Holy Spackle has helped me do that, Unirock has helped me do that, Exiled has helped me do that, and others as well, including Cerberus here. Lots of people are supportive because a lot of people are sick and tired of his garbage. And there comes a point where, you know, like most people, if they need to get it vented out of their system, that's it. You don't hear from them again, it's fine, but it keeps going on and on about it. And, you know, I've had enough. So now I've said, that's enough. I'm pushing back. This is crap. He's obsessed. It's weird.
Yes, I think I can agree with all of you how obsessed is Steve with people and situations. But you know something, I know that some of you were affected by Steve in some way, and more people are affected more than others. I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, I'm sorry. But the thing is, Steve has little effect in my life, and so does all of this situation and all this.
Yeah, me too. And for most people, we live our normal lives, but when we're online,
at
he's
the
in
end,
our face.
yeah, at the end of the day, we shouldn't be taking Steve seriously.
I don't think many people here take him seriously.
I don't, but taking seriously in the sense of him going off the rails, talking about people saying the most horrible shit. Because
Are you asking us to
most
treat
of that shit too?
Are you asking us to treat him like he's G-Man?
If I can, real quick, Kion, do you know how I make my living?
I don't.
Okay.
Should I
Let me explain. Just because I stream on Twitch, that's how I make all of my income right now. The only thing I use my Twitter account for, except for occasionally tweeting something random, is to tweet out my Twitch streams. When Steve can tag me from behind a block and call me mentally ill, and then I get 50 trolls in my chat running away the people that are good, or I get my friends seeing the things that Steve is saying about me, and my friends are just strictly streamers on Twitch and they have no idea about the fucking background, it hurts me. Financially, it hurts my job.
That slander or what?
And the stuff that Steve says about, the stuff that Steve says about Randolph can affect his organization. So it's not just him mouthing off. It can go real life, real quick.
Yeah, he's also criticized my organization.
But the request is for people to say nothing? Is that what you're asking?
No. What I'm saying, again, Shadow, were you talking about Steve at that time when this happened? That was a question.
I don't think.
Again, I've had one Twitter interaction with Steve in the last 3 years, and it was this last Wednesday.
Indirectly. No,
indirectly?
Because
No.
you were following me. Because you were following me on Twitter. I remember that.
I was following you on Twitter. I think I may still follow you on Twitter. The only thing,
No, I
the
don't,
only
because
reason,
I don't have a Twitter account.
well, yeah. I mean, if you had one, I'd still be following. Is what I'm saying. But what I do is, if I see people's posts that I like, I generally tend to hit the heart under. If they happen to be talking about Steve, okay. But a lot of those I'll leave alone because, again, my Twitter is for my business.
Yeah, I understand. because it may be because you are following certain people, not because you said something about him, or maybe you said something indirectly to Steve. You know, for example, having an opinion on certain events. Yeah.
Okay, but if he doesn't want anything to do with me, which is what he said when he blocked me, he called me mentally ill and a gang stalker and some other things, as well as a cockroach, and then he misgendered me a few times, and
okay.
you know,
I get it.
like, okay, so
let me
he,
ask you,
like, yeah, I mean,
well, you told me that from Twitter, probably not, but that is something else. You were interacting with Unirock, right?
I have never actually interacted with Unirock on Twitter other than to heart one or two of his tweets. On his stream, I have been on his channel once and spoken to him, and that was the same day that Hana was on Ethan's channel, I believe. And the only reason I went on Unirock's channel was to be supportive of Hana and make sure that it wasn't all about her. Because I don't necessarily mind Steve's goons coming after me. It's not like they haven't done it before. And again, right now my only income comes from Twitch. So it's not like they can call my boss.
Yeah, no.
Like they tried to in the past.
I understand. Well, I didn't know that you were Twitch streamers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry if I wanted you to. I didn't watch your Twitch.
No, there's no reason for you to. I'm just saying the thing is, all of my business right now comes from the internet and comes from my Twitter account as my primary means of communication off the platform that I work on. And then when that crosses over to these people who are
directly.
Yeah, when it crosses over to these people who are coming in, bringing up stuff from 2 years ago that has nothing to do with me, and accusing me falsely of owing somebody a bunch of back rent and stuff, like, I have to stop my stream and not only get all these trolls at the chat, but then explain why they're there in the first place, which is detrimental to what I'm doing. Because I'm trying to be positive when I'm on Twitch.
Yes, I understand. The reason why I mentioned Unirock is because he tried to get the GC group on his side all the time, and he will keep talking about even the people who met Steve and all of that. And of course, if he mentions you directly or indirectly, of course you're going to be still on Steve's radar, or some of Steve's followers' radar, you know. But we know that there is a very small group of those followers who are friends with Reds and 82 and all of that. I understand. However,
okay.
Yeah,
it's not just me though, because I'm not a monolith. What I'm saying is, if he comes after Spackle, if he comes after other people that I care about that are my friends, am I supposed to just leave them out to hang out to dry and go, oh well, it's Steve being a fuckhead, let me not get involved, let me not help you push back against them slandering you and accusing you of things like rape?
Yeah, it gets kind of serious, Kion. Like, not only that, but like, some of the things that have been said are just so disturbing. Like, you have to understand, like,
I know. I have been following.
No, I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know. Like, you know, I'm not. This isn't the victim Olympics here, right? Like, internet stuff, people go back and forth all the time in videos. That which is said publicly can be addressed publicly. Sorry, that's how it works in my mind. But like, here's the thing. Like, if he says something about somebody, he should expect some sort of rebuttal. That's how it works.
I agree.
Hence the reason for the live stream today and this after show.
So one of the things I also very dislike is he keeps going on and on about making false points about the atheism demographic, claiming that it's all gone to crap and all kinds of other things were bad, were this, were that. He reminds me of some of these aggressive theocrats, the old theists who have a hate for atheism. There aren't a lot of them, but the ones that are out there, they get their voice out somehow. They get funding behind it and all this, and he's just echoing a lot of their garbage, and it's not helping, because what we're trying to do, the Canadian atheists, we're trying to push back against the stigma and counter the vilification that's out there. He's got kind of a large audience, so when he says these things, he gets a lot of people misled about all kinds of things about the atheism demographic and about atheism, and it screws things up. It's not helping. It's making things worse, and this is part of the reason people don't like him as well. But there's other things he's done, like he had that warden guy on and said that he's got secret evidence to say that he's actually innocent. It's a bunch of garbage, but these things keep going on and on. It's one thing after another with him. And then he's got that restraining order, which he claims is not a restraining order. And it's ridiculous. The problem has the audience who listen, and they relay this. And when other people see that there's a whole bunch of people presenting the same lies, they start to believe them as true. And that's the damage that he's doing.
Yeah, that's correct. Ralph, you mentioned two things here: Earth Warden and the restraining order.
Those are just examples.
Obviously, if people keep talking about these things publicly, even especially Warden, because it's something that Steve don't bring all the time, because he doesn't talk about him all the time. He only talked 2 years ago, and that's it. And then the video that he made with Reds saying I believe he's an honorable guy and all of that. But he's not bringing his name all the time. You do. Yeah. Because you're upset with him. So just because you're upset with him, I don't see the reason why you have to bring Warden all the time. Because I didn't.
Okay. Don't accuse me of being upset. Hey, don't accuse me of being upset with him. I'm not happy about this. Do not accuse me of being upset with him. I object to the things he's doing. I'm pushing it back against his nonsense, but I'm not upset with him. Make that very clear. Do not tell me I'm being emotional about it. I'm being very clear. I told you these are a couple of examples, and that's it. Those are examples that are well known. To give examples to make my point is the reason why I mentioned those.
And I can explain why people bring up that specific
I don't know the reasons why people keep bringing Warden.
Well, here's a good reason.
Kion, wait, hold on. Kion, Steve has a round robin of people that he just brings up randomly on Twitter. Nate is one of those people, and I can't remember the other ones, but he has a round robin. He brings them up out of the blue for no reason than to just stir up shit. You know that.
But also Nate brings Warden out of the blue.
No, he doesn't. He responds. He responds to what's going on.
He responds to what Steve is saying.
I have seen it
lately.
When I was on Twitter, I have seen it.
Have you seen lately? Because lately, what's happened is Steve has gone, I never had an NDA, so Nate produces the NDA. I never had a restraining order because it was a temporary restraining order, so Nate produces that. All Nate is doing is responding with the evidence for the claims that Steve is making. But to go back to the Warden thing, the reason that people bring that up repeatedly is because it shows Steve's character. Because Steve is willing to call a man who violently sexually assaulted a woman with a firearm a honorable man.
Yes, but what I'm saying is Steve is
There's
not
no yes but
all
to
the
that.
time.
There's literally no yes but
to that. The guy is a piece of human garbage, and if Steve thinks he's honorable, it says a lot about Steve's character. End of story.
So, Kion, do you understand if there's someone causing a lot of trouble and you're trying to prevent them or stop them or push back against them, The things you need to do is bring up the evidence against who they are, who they say they are, and what they're doing. This entails bringing things up.
I
that.
understand because
Okay, then I don't
did
know
this
why
too
you're
in my
asking why is
channel.
it being brought up then.
Yeah, because all the time people bring Warden.
Yeah,
even
because it's
out of the
important.
blue. I don't know.
It's pretty
Many people have done
important.
it.
It's pretty important. Do you understand that I held out a lot of hope for Steve's character until that moment?
Why
Like
is
that is
why
really
is it so
important.
important?
A lot of people
Why
did.
is it so important to mention Warden for anything?
Wow, I guess you don't
Because we
understand the
discussed this.
hierarchy of seriousness of
Yes.
things, do you?
No, we call it Steve out.
It's no big deal. It's no big deal. It's
We
fine.
called Steve out for Warden on on July 2019. I remember the dates very well.
Okay.
But keeping doing this in 2020, 21, 2022, you want to continue with this?
Yeah, you know why? And I can explain this real simple. Do you think the same people that were watching Steve in 2018 or 2019 or 2020 are the same people watching Steve today? Because it gets new people to circle in. And those new people haven't heard the old evidence. So you have to bring it up because they haven't heard it. That's why it keeps coming up.
There's a completely different narrative now. It's so different.
So you're doing this to warn people. So this
We're
is your
doing
end
this to
to
we're
warn
doing
new
this
people.
we're doing this to explain. No, that's not the end game. Explain that gaslighting is a thing, and rewriting history is a thing. And if you want to embrace rewriting history and gaslighting, by all means do that. Do you. But like there's a reason why people point it out. You can't just rewrite history and pretend like something didn't happen. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way, and that's why people bring it up, because
So
the
you want
history
to
keeps getting
perpetuate
rewritten.
this. So
Truth?
the objective
This
is
real
to,
thing that happened?
I feel like he's walking me through to say something I'm not saying. I'm not guilty of any crimes. I want to perpetuate what? What are you saying?
Yeah, you want to perpetuate this for a long time until
This
even
we want to perpetuate. Wait. Let me put it this way: we want to perpetuate this true thing. Whoa! This
air
true
warden
thing. Whoa! I'm not done yet. This true thing that Steve has done, that is evidence of his character, and that enables other people to defend themselves against him. That's what we want to perpetuate. What's wrong with that?
And you want to recruiting new people, even in
No.
on this side.
No,
Yes.
did we? Did
Because
did
many
we
people even
recruit new people?
And on what
Yeah,
side?
because
The side that realizes
new-
that Steve's attacking people? That side?
What side is this? Like which community? There's multiple communities. Which
well,
person?
define this side exactly.
As
I
I
mean,
understood it months ago, there was this group formed by people who knew Steve, that identified as the old GC. And then there is these other people that were affected by Steve's actions directly. That counts with people like me, like Omaros. Well, not sure if Omaros, but other people, and Yuri Rock followers.
There's
Because
more.
They are,
You don't stop
yeah,
there. There's more
there is
communities.
more. There is more people. There's more people
But
that are involved.
there's the
in
teen
this.
moms, the KJP fans. There's gosh, I'm sure there's more, but like there's all these splintered communities that barely are even like attached to each other.
Don't forget the Guardians.
Well, the Guardians. That's a new one.
Now-
Stella.
well,
We're so
Guardians.
unattached.
Now
I
the
don't even know
Guardians-
who half these groups are.
I know, right?
But
So
yeah,
here's the
no,
thing:
no,
Steve
it's-
attacks a lot of people. He says a lot of false
Yeah,
things about a lot
because
of
he's
people.
an idiot.
He
He's
negatively
an
affects
idiot,
a lot
right?
of he negatively affects a lot of people's lives. Everyone brings up these things to defend themselves against him. Why are you acting like it's a wrong thing for them to do?
Because we can have the possibility to turn away from him and to say, you know what, I'm done with Steve.
A lot of
with
people
what Steve's
don't.
saying about me.
A lot of people don't, and on top of that, the people that
Maybe
do,
they should
that,
do
that
it.
are
Maybe
maybe
they should
entangled
just
with the
ignore
people who
Steve.
can't. No, because there's a lot of people who can't, and the ones that can are friends with the ones that can't. So what you're asking for is a bunch of friends to abandon friends and a bunch of people to enable Steve.
That's
doing
exactly
negative
what
things.
I'm doing.
Yeah, you're
exactly
enabling
what I
Steve.
intend to do. No, I'm not.
No, you are.
I'm not. I'm just turning away from him.
Are you
Yeah,
enabling Cheshire?
That's what enabling is.
What do you mean by enabling?
One form of enabling is realizing someone's doing something wrong and then doing something wrong to people around you and have done something wrong to you. The enabling part, when you turn around, is that you just allow them to keep on doing it.
When I pushed back against him
Do
for
I have a
his
responsibility?
display of sexual harassment, approximately
So,
24 people contacted me privately to thank me for doing that because they didn't feel comfortable pushing back against him for that themselves. And many of them indicated that they are victims of sexual harassment or sexual assault themselves. This is important. People need to push back against that nonsense, that horrific behavior, that abhorrent behavior on his part. It's unacceptable.
And yes, you do have a
And
responsibility.
one of the ways of doing this is ignoring him completely too.
No, that's enabling him.
No,
That didn't
because
work for me. I'm not enabling
we,
Steve.
we tried that, Kion. You
I
understand
have
that
the
some
bad
of us
luck.
have tried that?
I have the bad luck of knowing Steve Gray and knowing this community.
Okay.
All I want to do is
Well,
to
you
get
can-
away
I ignored
of
him,
this.
and it didn't work. He made a second smear video.
You can change your
I don't
luck, you
feel.
know.
I don't
Well,
feel.
Well, hold on. I
I
do
don't
have
feel
a.
like everything is going to crumble up because I left the community. Because I left.
Why?
this
Why are you even here then? Right, you've turned your back on Steve.
Because I want to make
you
clear
regret
my
being a
point.
part of this. Why are you here? Why are you talking to anyone here?
Because I want to know from you why you keep talking about C.
What's it matter to you if you're just turning your back? Why does it matter? I don't get it. What's the
It didn't
motivation
matter
here
to
that
me
actually
because,
makes
because
sense?
I just told you why I push back. Because it needs to be
you can push
it's a
back.
matter of doing what's
Okay.
right. To push back against sexual harassment. That's what
And
I
he
do.
will
And
bring-
there's other people here
and he will keep
indicating that
bringing on
he's
this
causing problems for their income. That needs to be pushed back against too.
I don't
That
know. I
doesn't
can
mean
hear
it
the
doesn't
idea of
even
explaining-
mean.
Okay, can I try to steal man Kion here?
Oh wait, let Kion talk first because we've all kind of
Yeah,
went
yeah.
around Kion here.
Sure.
No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done talking about this. Honestly.
Thank you because that's consistent with what you just said before.
Is there anything before you take off, Kion? Because it sounds like you're wrapping up. Is there anything that you would like to say to end this for you?
Nothing else.
Oh come on, at least a penis. Come on.
I just want to say, Kion, if you want to talk sometime, you can still contact me.
Yes, because I want to talk with you, but then all the situation came here. Even if I said that I abandoned this group that is saying now that I'm enabling Steve Gray and Cheshire Bay.
I think you might be enabling them.
I've got a question.
Cheshire
You're-
Cheshire treats you like you're a pet.
Did Steve send you
she
here
can do
because
whatever
he's
she
feeling the
wants.
heat and he wants
I
to
don't
eat
care.
off his back?
Do you like being her pet?
Actually, I laugh about that because she has the impression that I'm a pet for her and all of this. I don't care. I don't care because I don't hate those people. I don't hate them for the things that they say about me because I realize one thing. Your lives depend much on internet interactions. Mine doesn't.
That's
how
My
virtuous
not
of you.
true. That's not true. My lives depend on interactions. What?
No, interactions on the internet and using.
That's not true. That's some big progression. Do you know anything about my life, buddy?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. So I have a healthy life outside the internet. Thank you. Maybe you should ask Steve if he has a healthy life outside the internet because he tweets every
No,
4
he
minutes.
doesn't. No, he doesn't.
I mean, hell, I can't drive and stay home all day, but even I have a healthy life, healthier life than Steve.
The problem is, well, yeah, that you keep talking about Steve and saying how
Well, look,
horrible he
I was trying to
is.
steal, man, before, like
Go ahead.
well, yeah, like I think you're trying to say is that you can only go after someone for so long until you get tired of trying to correct them. You know what I mean? Which everyone says you're basically enabling. You do at that point you're enabling them. If that is a straw man of what you said, let me know. All right
Yeah,
then,
but
never mind.
what does that mean? Do I have a responsibility of what Steve does? And
Oh
just
my
ignore
god,
him?
I'm done.
You think that
You have a responsibility for your actions and the consequences from those actions.
for my own actions,
Yeah.
yeah, but not what Steve does. What Steve does, it
You're
doesn't
right.
matter for
You're
me
right.
because
The responsibility that you gain is from what you do. What happens when you turn your back on it?
Also, I have to
so
point out
should I
that
feel
Kion has a.
guilty? Should
Go
I
ahead.
feel
Probably.
guilty for ignoring Steve? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, if
just
it's
because-
causing more harm, yeah, it probably should. No, look, I'm not perfect. I'm not saying you got to do it, but if I was you, I'd do it.
No. I used to think that, oh my god, if I don't speak about Steve, more people will get harmed and all of that. You know what? That's pure conspiracy theory, in my opinion.
Is it? Is that not how it works?
Let me tell you something. There are many people on this platform that are even worse than Steve, and still they have audience. So Steve is not the only asshole on the internet. There are many assholes.
That's true.
People that will not like
to disassociate. If you want to disassociate from him, that's fine. If you are trying to encourage other people to stop pushing back against him, that's suspicious. That leads me to wonder if Steve sent you here to get people to stop pushing back on him because he's tired of
so you're coming to this conspiracy theory of that Steve said?
No. I didn't say it's conspiracy.
Yes, you
It
said
caused
that.
me to wonder.
No, you say
It caused
that.
me
You
to
say
wonder
that. You
if that's what's
think-
going on.
You
And
really
what I
think
noticed
that
about
Steve
your
sent me
reaction,
here?
your reaction is very telling because you did not deny it. You instead changed the topic to conspiracy theories.
Oh
that
my
sounds
God.
like a
Oh my
confession to me.
I know why Steve says you're a fucking idiot.
Be good. No one's called you a fucking idiot. There's been a little bit yelling. Let's not call people names.
Wait. If Steve, how do you know Steve called him a fucking idiot?
He said it recently.
How would
He
you
said
know if you
something
turned your
about
back on
Richard.
Steve?
He turned his back on Steve, but he knows.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting at there.
There's a question to you from the chat. It comes from Jules. It says, Kion, could you be pushing back because of, what does that say?
Little Red.
Little Red finding your Pinterest page. And I don't know what that means. I don't know anything about that. And you did make some type of deal with Little Red. What is your Pinterest page about?
I'm just going to say it right now. If someone's like blackmailing you because of the pornography you like on your Pinterest page, I'm just going to say it now. Screw them. They shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah. Stay away from Little Red, man. She's trouble.
Oh my god! Okay. Why you had?
Yeah,
to bring
he knows.
This? Okay. You know, I know. You talk about Steve's fetishes all the time. I know.
What fetishes?
You got me.
I'm confused. I just said Little Red shouldn't be blackmailing you. But what are you talking about now?
Okay, I'm. No, keep talking.
I assumed it was pornography because it's Pinterest and it shows pictures in Pinterest, but
Yeah, I'm assuming it's something weird.
you don't need to say what it is. And please don't.
These people.
But I mean, I think there's an interesting point here: is that you turned your back on Steve, but
There
yet
is
somehow
no-
you've watched Steve.
And let me tell you this: what does Little Red has to do with this?
Well, nothing with what I just said.
Well, I think the question is, could you be
the comment
possibly
is not
being
relevant.
extorted? Could you be blackmailed because you suddenly are starting
want
to
to talk
do
about
somebody's
this.
bidding? How come you don't want to
Not
talk
going
about
to
this?
respond this. Not going to respond
Get,
this.
get on
Okay.
camera and blink once if you're being blackmailed.
Yeah, if you're being blackmailed, can you like do a hand sign or something like
Not
that?
going
I'm
to
not
talk about
okay
this.
sign.
You
You
do
can't talk
backstage.
about
It's
it.
fair. If
You
he doesn't
can't.
want to talk about it, right, this is...
He can't talk about being blackmailed.
Well, I mean, that kind of comes with being blackmailed, right?
That's true. That's true.
Don't push
Damn.
it.
Yeah, but it's Little Red. You know, Little Red's been a tool and weapon of Steve's for quite some
And?
time, and that's pretty concerning.
Are you done?
If you feel safe, maybe call your authorities. I don't know.
But, yeah,
Unless it's
like a serious
that
comment.
kind of Pinterest. I don't know.
Well, I mean, even if it's that kind of Pinterest, right? Blackmailing is illegal.
That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
but why bring why bring this?
I mean, it would be a motivation. It would be an explanation.
That's exactly the same thing that you do with Steve.
For
Have I
for anybody who
blackmailed him?
knows who Little Red is, we all know she's trash. Okay, so whatever. Move on.
Yes, she's a trash person, but she's not relevant into this.
I'm going to second with Randolph. It's really suspicious that you turned your back on Steve. Somehow have watched Steve,
I
and then have
recommend
come
you
in
to
here
go
and
in
told
the
us
same
not to fight
path
against
as
Steve.
Junior Rock.
I've never
Go
even
in the
watched
same path
Junior Rock.
as Junior Rock.
Yes, because we're the
Which path
same.
is that?
Good idea.
I note that Kion
bunch
still
of-
has not denied this. What I was wondering about.
I mean, the path I tend to go down is to fight against Steve in the background. I don't normally come out and make accusations or anything.
I'm tired of fighting Steve. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to recommend people to steer away from this if you can, whenever it's possible.
Okay, well, here's
I'm
your
not
Purple
saying
Heart.
this in favor of
Okay.
Steve. I'm not saying this in favor of Steve. My mental health was affected because of this tremendously.
Okay.
And
Did you
I
see a
had
professional?
a channel. I had a channel. No, I'm not seeking for professional help. I'm trying to live my life as normal as possible. That's what I'm doing.
Do you think finding a professional help for mental health is abnormal?
Yeah, I get that, but no, I'm not looking.
Kion, do you think if you broke your arm and went to a doctor, do you think that's abnormal?
I think you're misunderstanding him.
No, I'm not
There's
misunderstanding him.
miscommunication him. That's what I think. Kion, anyways.
I've got a question, Kion. If you had this to do all over again, would you engage with Steve again, or would you avoid it altogether?
Altogether, I will avoid to talk to him. Actually, I did.
I mean, to be fair, he has said Steve is a shit person. Okay, he tried to pull away
Yes.
from the
We
stuff
established
because
that.
it was affecting him. He's tried to do his own thing, leave it alone. But it's easy to get sucked back in. So
Oh, yeah. And I guess be prepared for Steve's trolls to come after you now that you've come on here and called him a shit person.
I was shutting the door for them too. Not just this community. When I said this community, I was referring to this whole group of people who talk about debates, philosophy, religion, God, all of that.
Okay, so what you moving on to?
And it's not good for my channel. I made a stream a moment ago, and I just wanted to see if some people were coming. Yes, I had people coming to my channel. People who want to talk about VHS logos, the thing that I do in my own channel. And I started to talk about that. Everything fine. with no problem, and then I closed my stream, and then I came here. So this is not the kind of content that I wanted to do in my channel. But I had another channel that was called Direct Raw, where I uploaded my commentary about Steve and the non-sex situation and all of that. It's not very easy to delete a channel with 40 videos. The same amount of videos that I have in my main channel. This wasn't an easy decision for me.
Looking at this commentary here, calling people Steve is engaging with them instead of pushing back against that, Is that what, am I seeing that right?
Are you talking about what I'm sharing? Oh,
yeah, what's on the screen there, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So this is what happened. One of the things that happens is Shadow. Steve puts in a vote, as he does. He always puts in biased votes and says, how many people believe false allegations of sexual harassment or assault or rape can cause actual harm to victims? And then people go, yes, I believe that false reports could, or no, I don't. And then, that's always with a motive, right? And then I'm assuming Katie Joey motive. I'd like to hear the reasoning for no answer. And then, he responds back. And then all of a sudden, we have this person. Segmentation fault. There's this one that's trolling, and it's so cheap. And they share a story about Fiona's situation. And the layered argument and the false accusation that Cheshire made. Steve didn't make it. Cheshire made it, and it was incredibly harmful. In part of a layered argument, supposedly, that she explained later after she plastered it everywhere. And when people push back on behalf of their friends, the response back with Steve is, this Nimrod is Red Rhetoric's ex-piece of shit roommate. He clearly doesn't get no means no. So again, he's misusing no means no phrase again, sort of like with me when he yelled at me, no means no. He's doing the same thing. He thinks it's cute and funny. Mind you, the subject here is a poll that's designed for his thoughts about whatever he thinks KJP did to him, right? And then he goes through and then some rando shows Shadow, okay? And they shame Shadow for being trans. It's a dude, it's a he. This dude is a cockroach. They do it several times. And then there's a qualification. And then, since when? And then they share the thing. And they go through again. And then they go on. And then, they're just read that whole thing and tell me that they're not a little bit disturbing. And then you have AT2 Productions, the right-hand man of Red Rhetoric, right? The man that always makes veiled threats. I'm not saying I'm making a veiled threat, but I'm making a veiled threat. Comes in. With that.
Seems to be a lot of anger and hostility coming from that group. And some of the anger is directed at this person for being trans. That's kind of how it looks. Am I right? Or am I wrong with all that?
Oh, it's like a big mix of things, right? So the anger is because somebody spoke out on behalf of their friend and ruined their narrative. The anger, the trans thing's just sort of a tool to hurt that's being used by segmented here. And, then there's the Fiona SA accusation again, all in one big stream. But we're not supposed to say anything about that, right? We're not supposed to push back against that. Nah, we just let it lie. That's what we do, right? Because it always gets better. Like Steve did nonsense before, and people would forgive him or look for the good, right? Just let it go. It'll get better, I'm sure.
The complaint, Kion, that I have about you here is that you seem to be encouraging people to not push back against things that they find to be injustice or wrong or unethical.
I think you have just said that. Yeah. I mean, why paying attention to these people at the end? What's the purpose of that? Was push it back. See, because that's exactly what I did for 2 years until I couldn't. Until I just realized that no, this is useless. This is pointless.
I'm glad I pushed back on him on the sexual harassment stuff. And if he did it again, I'd push back again.
I'm not sure if Steve is bringing these over and over again. I read some of Steve's tweets yet, but not everything because I don't know. I thought many things in these months that because let me tell you this, and I'm sorry if I misrepresented you when I said that just because people were angry with him. I don't know the reasons why people keep talking about Steve. There are many reasons, and you just showed that. Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sorely disappointed with him. I'm not angry. I'm not upset.
No, you're not angry. You're not upset, but I can understand that.
Yeah, I am disappointed.
It's just that, yes, but I just had enough of him. Trust me, I still believe that he's a piece of shit. I know. The reason why I'm not telling this anywhere on Twitter, on YouTube, is because I don't think this is the kind of content that I want to make in this platform.
I think that's a reasonable.
Yeah.
I think that's a reasonable decision. That part. I think that part of it is fun. Yeah.
I don't want to be known as the person who dislikes Steve's actions. Yeah. Not just hating Steve, because I wasn't even upset with Steve. Yes, I had real concerns, and they had to do with what happened with Nazago show. And I didn't even bring Kyle here, because no, Kyle is out of question in this conversation, to be honest. But if you allow me to say this, I'm really concerned about Kyle's own actions, even after what happened. And I came to the realization that I don't support Kyle anymore. I used to support Kyle, yes, but I had a bias when I made my own videos about the Nazgul show thing. I talked against Steve in favor of Kyle, but I also said to Kyle, please pay to Steve. I don't think he's going to do that in any point, but yeah, I don't support Kyle, but that's fine. That's my own decision. There's one of the reasons why I was talking with these people. But if you say that Steve sent me here to do that, no, I came from my own. I came because I was even going to do stream to say I'm done with this, and yeah, I will do it tomorrow on Sunday. Yeah, it's too late. It's too almost 3 a.m. here.
Okay.
But
Most
yeah,
important thing is
I made my main points. That yeah, just because I'm not upset with Steve or I don't talk about Steve, it doesn't mean that I don't like him. I like him, sorry, and I'm a part of his community. I'm not part of his community. I still can despise him, as much as I want, but I will not make it public, and I don't want to talk about Steve in the long run, not forever, because I made a question myself, for how long I will keep talking about Steve, and I said not forever.
So I think that, you know, what's important here is that the most important thing here is that you're deciding what to do with your channel. You're deciding for yourself. You know what's in your best interest.
With my life, not just my channel, with my life.
Excellent. Yeah, and that's good. So nobody should be telling you what to do. Us, Steve, anybody else, you know, it's good that you're doing this. And
No.
your choice to completely
agree with you.
disassociate from him is an important step. I've been there, done that. It didn't end.
Maybe the method that I use, yeah.
Yep.
The-
But
maybe the
I hope
method
you,
that
I hope you have better
use-
success with it than I have.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. On
And
that
you too.
note, I'm going to
What I-
send you out of the airlock soon. Any last like couple sentences for you before I throw you out of the airlock, Kion?
Okay.
I'm giving you a moment to finish your thought.
Okay. So, I didn't came here to make enemies or any of that, but I want to express my real concern with related to Steve McRae and all this situation. I have been talking about this for 2 years, from June 2019 to June 2020. No, I lie. 18 months, but 2 years since the date with this situation, and I didn't want to go with this forever. You know, not forever, but for more years. I needed to steer away from this. Honestly, I need it. The reason why I took decisions that are not honorable, and even going to attack people, that deserves an apology, and I will make it tomorrow. In a few hours. So, and it's going to be in my main channel. I don't expect people to come. I'm not promoting my channel. Just saying, that I'm going to explain my position on all of this, and to say why it's not okay. Maybe not okay for some people to push back Steve. You know, I just try to get out of the loop. That's what I want to do.
Okay.
For my own mental health.
Everybody has a right to get out of the loop. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with
Definitely support that.
All right. Well, I appreciate you popping in. I had some major disagreements of what things you said, but I trying not to let emotion take over, and so I hope you come out of this not feeling upset or frustrated. And I hope you have a good weekend. And I'm going to throw you out the airlock.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, I threw him out the airlock.
Can I say one thing? It's kind of a smart ass remark.
Oh
man. I want to thank you so very much for enabling him to stop talking about Steve.
I think I did my job. Like I'm here to help. Like if anybody else needs to come in to stop talking about Steve, you know, we can help.
He honestly seems nice. I just think he's misguided.
He's very confused, man. Like I had to kick him from a Discord because he was trying to gatekeep at the time, like 2 years ago. Like, if you aren't calling Steve out, then you're supporting blah blah. And I'm like, you can't gatekeep people. Some people want to be Switzerland, buddy. Kick. And at the time, he was really really intense. Like he's sometimes I feel like he's. So my feelings are, and I'm holding a lot of feelings. My feelings were that he was projecting a lot of his feelings that maybe he was feeling over or making assumptions, but man, I don't know. Oof. Though I saw Lauren and some other people going, this makes my blood boil. I can't talk to this guy. You have to understand that a lot of us are used to dealing with contentious people or people that have sometimes abhorrent beliefs. And, letting somebody say something once in a while like that is of a different mindset isn't necessarily horrible. Um, we all lived. It's all good. You can come up with your own conclusion or agree or disagree and figure it out yourself. But like the point is that I don't like too many bubbling things. So like one of the things is like the pushback against Steve's community has been like that they bubble up and don't let people come in, or if they do, they go, "Hey, phony beetle maniac, come in. We know that you miscommunicate and you stumble over your words. We're gonna come in. We're gonna, run a game on you, and then you're gonna come out, out the other side." Like, I think it's probably good to let people speak, and let them say their words. And I know that emotions ran high, but I think we're trying to not jump on them and trying not to confuse them. Because if you notice when science first got pulled into Defango and there were a wall of them, the emotions ran high and there was a lot of confusion and offsetting. And it's hard to be that one person that has a disagreement in a group of people that doesn't. I've been that one person in a group with a disagreement. It's hard to get your thoughts across. It's hard not people to jump around and stuff. So I think it's important once in a while to hear from the other side. So that's my 2 pesos. Anyone else?
Well, okay.
I put a question in the private chat for you.
I miss my talks with Kion because we would be able to talk this type of stuff out. And yeah, the offer's still there. Like if he needs to chat about anything, I'm still there. He can reach out. As far as everything else, Chesh, she's just a piece of trash. And the fact that Steve got so unhinged about you making a comment to a friend of yours it just speaks volumes of him. So that's what this whole stream today was about in this after show. You guys are just trash. Just that's all I can say.
I think he needs to talk with you. You need to go grab him off the internet and talk to him.
Yeah, we'll see. Next time he has a stream, I'll probably pop in there. I do pop in and just lurk. But his stuff doesn't interest me, so I'm like, eh.
Well, I'm going to avoid him because every once in a while I get in the mood to make people want to hate me, and I think I would just make him hate me.
Oh, Kion?
Yeah.
Yeah. Leave him be. Let him do. If he really says that he wants to live his life and be his best Kion self, let him be. We'll see what happens. Fly, little bird, fly. Randolph, any thoughts?
I think that Shadow Tigger Gaming makes a very good point. This is creating problems for him with what he's doing on his stream, and this has created problems for other people as well. So it's good to hear directly from people who've been impacted, in different ways. And I'm glad that you're sharing Shadow Tigger Gaming's Twitch link here. I've subscribed there, and I'm following. I'm also following on Twitter now. So, thanks for hosting this. I appreciate it. It was interesting interacting with Kion there. It was. He did not answer the question, kind of, that I was asking, saying, "I wonder about, are you here because Steve sent you here?" And then Cerberus picked up on some other stuff.
Yeah, and Jules picked up on something, I guess, that's going on with Little Red. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think that was really fair to bring up in a public forum like that, but okay.
I don't know the subject, like, to be honest.
I don't know.
She said ask my question, and so I asked the question.
But what followed wasn't really good. Like the innuendo and yeah, I don't like you could tell he was just like, what?
I'll take the blame for that. I'm the one that made it awkward.
Yeah.
Sort of made it very awkward.
But I really was wondering about that because for him, if he just comes along and says, this is what he's doing, that's fine. When he starts trying to give all kinds of reasons and defensive responses to why other people should stop doing that, then that becomes interesting, you know?
I am now curious about a Pinterest, though.
I'm gonna guess it's My Little Ponies.
Who doesn't like My Little Ponies? I mean,
Not
come on.
me.
Well, you don't have kids. I mean, I think if you had kids that watched
No.
it, you might like it.
I was never like, I was a kid in the 80s and that was big. I no.
You know who doesn't like My Little Pony? Big, strong, manly men that cut down trees in the woods. They don't like no.
That's probably because they don't have a lumberjack pony.
Good. All right, shout out to Shadow Tigger. If you don't know Vi is a good person. Vi is supportive, kind, patient. Honestly, too good for this sort of conversation and having to be wrapped up into it. And the amount of abuse that Vi's gone under, being roommates with Reds, and then having to go through that, and the vitriol and hatred of Steve, and then like what I was just showing of the nonsense that happened on Twitter. I think Vi could use some good support, and that's why I'm sharing that. Plus, Vi's my friend, obviously, so I might be biased. I like Vi a lot, so Vi is Shadow. But yeah, appreciate people showing up for the stream. Like, this is probably not going to be the norm, by the way. Like, Steve content all day for hours and hours. But it just so happened that I had enough time and it aligned to do that. And plus, I found the accusations fairly heinous. So I wanted to have them addressed because I have found that burying your head in the sand, that technique for 2 years just creates a bigger and bigger monster. And then by the time you get around to like 2 years later, people go, well, why are you talking about 2 years later? Because like I let this monster grow and now I have to address it 2 years later. It gets way harder to do it on the back end than to do it right up front. So, and I'm not locked in this forever. I don't have to do this forever, but I wanted to do this and address it right now. So like this notion that I'll forever be stuck doing this is not necessarily true. You can push back and decide to push back and then block. You can do all sorts of things. I like other things besides this sort of thing. This is not the only thing I like to do. So I'm gonna.
Can I just say one last thing?
Mhm.
Steve and Chesh, everybody could see you trying to turn a person against Holy Spackle. Everybody could see that. They could see the shady shenanigans that you do in your meetups or whatever. And this isn't the first time, and I know it's not going to be the last time, but everybody can see through your shit.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna remove people from the hangout, and I'm gonna
for
play us
hosting.
out.
Thanks for hosting us.
Appreciate you taking the time to pop in, everybody. Out the airlock, out the airlock, out the airlock. Ooh, and then there was one. All right, I am going to play something funny, mostly funny. How about that? Let's see here. because we need something kind of amusing, kind of old school, since there's so many old school people that popped in today. And this was back when people could use humor to push back on Steve and not necessarily have to deal with really serious stuff.
I don't care if he's a bastard. He's my king, from this day until his last day.
Lady Mormont speaks harshly. And truly. My son died for Robb Stark, the young wolf. I didn't think we'd find another king in my lifetime. I didn't commit my men to your cause, because I didn't want more Mandaleys dying for nothing. But I was wrong. He is the White Wolf. The king in the north.
I did not fight beside you on the field, and I will regret that until my dying day. A man can only admit when he was wrong and ask for forgiveness.
I'm not a fucking pawn. I'm a fucking king of this game.
The king in the north! The king in the north!